What's up? Welcome back, everybody. I hope y'all enjoyed that nice beat. It was produced by your brother Sanchez. That's an old beat that I made. Thanks for the compliments, guys. Thanks for the compliments. We're back in the building with an excellent presentation. We're going to pick up where we left off on the last one. This is part 2, Rahu and Ketu, Occult Symbolism, Sacred Geometry. And we're going to hop right back where we left off. If you didn't catch that first one, you need to go back and catch that first one. You also need to go to brosancheztv and check out the original 2 presentations on this Vedic black hole sun and the symbolism associated, as well as the science behind the eclipse. I touch on all of that. So go to brosancheztv for those original presentations. Make sure if you subscribe to Bro Sanchez Live that you check out part 1 to this series, and this will be part 2 where we hop right back into it. If it go over a lot of your heads, it's because you didn't check out those previous ones that I just mentioned. So if you don't know what we're talking about here, you need to catch up. We ain't wasting no time. Most of us advanced. Y'all been following me for a minute, so we gonna go right into it. Now give me a minute and I'll be with y'all in 1 second. Flat power. Yep, people, we in the building and we got another one for you today. Let me get out here and give some shout outs before we get into this. Everybody that's out here right now, we got Flat Earth Sub Genius, Black Bad Flatitude, We Are Waking Up, Camo Speed, New York, what's up in the building? Ren 8 RBG, what's up, my brother? Keon Walker, Propaganda, You Been Played, Alex Sosa, DJ Cavazos, my brother T-May, Ethereal Phenotype, Robert Rose, N. Jones, K. Bennett, PR Corey, Nicholas Cabal, Valentina H. What's up, y'all? We about to get it popping, all right? Now, y'all know I don't rehearse for these, but we're going to pick up where we left off. What's up, Shay Jones, Morgan Ellis, No Apex, J. Alex, Frenchie Kush, Joey Seal, Chala May, Your Sweet Place. That pretty much wraps it all up. So, you may wonder, Brother Sanchez, who is this lady on the picture over here? Well, this is South American Mother Goddess. Now we're about to get into the teachings. Let me get a flat power out there in the chat room if y'all ready to start this thing. If you sitting down and you got all your snacks, went to the restroom, because we about to crank it up. And once we get into this thing, we going full throttle. Got a couple of revelations for y'all. That's what I'm talking about. Flat power, baby. Y'all, hey, them third eyes is about to get fed, baby. It's third eye time. It's third eye time. What's up, Sister Sassy? You in the building? See, the mind is a muscle and we work it out on this channel. So let me hop right into this. Let me see how many we got in the building. I like to have a certain amount of people in here before we begin, because what that does is prevent a lot of people from saying, man, he already started. Man, what I miss? All right. The previous video, we talked about Rahu and Ketu. All right. Here's a picture. Remember that Rahu was we're talking Vedic astrology. We're talking eclipses. We're talking black hole sun, excuse me. So remember that Rahu was the one with the head and outer body. Ketu was the one without the head but has a body. Ketu is a representation of the primordial source, or the original mother goddess, or this black hole sun spoken of in ancient cosmology. Here's another picture of Ketu. And what you want to pay attention to is Ketu has no head, but Ketu has a body. Now in a lot of Vedic art, like you see here, you see Ketu does have a head. That can be confusing to you. What you got to realize is Ketu has no head, and when you see Ketu with a face and a head, then it's going to have a cobra hood over it, and she's going to have a sword always in that hand, letting you know that that head is gone. All right, the veil that's over Ketu's head represents a hood, or if you ever saw a cobra snake, she's Satan. And don't be scared of that. It just means that the people in the Western society desecrated the divine feminine energy. So today gonna be pretty much about Ketu, since Ketu is the primordial deity, the original. When we talk about the black hole that gave birth to the cosmos, and you can see in this art right here that Ketu has a body. Rahu has no body, but Rahu has a head. Ketu does not. Now Ketu's body is symbolic of this Nagini tail, which became to be Nagas. Here are Naginis. This is another form of Ketu. We see it all over the wall in Angkor Wat. We see it in Vedic cosmology. And again, the hood that's over the head symbolizes the moon energy, or the beheading, or the one without a head but drags its tail. And that dragging of the tail, or the moon which drags in the stars, or drags in her children, escort her children in, bringing forth night. Check out those previous videos, because right now we hopping full into the advanced part dealing with Ketu. So as you can see in this picture in front of you, what's called Naginis is a form of those divas or devas in Angkor Wat mythology, Cambodian mythology, a lot of early Asian mother goddess mythologies. So this is very deep stuff, because when you say diva or deva, these are supreme beings in a lot of early Asian cultures. And these devas or divas became to be what's known as devils in most European or Western world mythologies, because the desecration of this feminine energy is how we're able to create a man's world, as the brother James Brown said. And we know that a man's world is a world full of war, left brain thinking, lack of balance, and chaos. There's no balance. There's male deities that rule through fear. So what you're looking at now is a picture of those devas. As you can see here, this is called a diva, D-E-V-A in Hinduism, and they are a form of Ketu, or that Nagini, that serpent goddess. For example, it became the devil, or the great red dragon, to hide the mother goddess. But all praises to Mother Nature and the mother goddess. We will restore you. We will restore you. Yes, we will. Now let's pull up a picture of the serpent goddess. We're going to tie all of this into Ketu. What we got to realize here is we're dealing with hidden occult knowledge, dealing with divine feminine moon energy. And when we talk Ketu, Naginis, Devas, brings us back here to the serpent goddess. Here's the wings. It became the caduceus, or the medical symbol. You can see the Nagini tail here and the hood over the head. Don't forget the hood. So the hood and the hood and the tail, you can see it in the caduceus here. The hood, which would be the wings, and the tail, which would be the serpents. It's all a form of the mother goddess. For example, you see here with the serpent goddess, she has both of the serpents in each hand, and she has that dress on. When you look at the early etymology of a dress, it have that same beginning words, dr, dealing with dragon, because the dress drags the bottom of the legs. The longer the dress is, the more royalty it said that the woman have. When you research wedding dresses, you'll realize, like I told you in the previous video, the whole wedding ritual is an eclipse ceremony of Rahu and Ketu. So the woman having that tail, remember that the hood and the dress is the veil and the tail. I'm going to repeat that. The hood and the dress is the veil and the tail. What do you mean, Brother Sanchez, about a doggone veil and a tail? Well, just like these pictures showing you. Let me show you another one here. Let me go to my pictures here for a minute. Remember when you see the mother goddess with a hood on her head, that became tainted. Remember that hoods are not welcome. You can't walk in no store with a hood on. Remember Trayvon Martin? We know how hoods have a negative stigma to them. If you wear a hood on your head, somebody think you're gonna rob them. Okay? So all of this is important, and I'm bringing it up for a reason. What I'm going to show you here in a minute, if you bear with me. Let me get my slides together. Remember that the veil and the tail is Ketu. Okay, so when I say veil and tail, what are we talking about? What are we talking about, Brother Sanchez? Who is this one with the veil and the tail? Remember that the veil and the veil means no head. You've been beheaded. And the tail is the dragon. See, the moon has no head, meaning that the moon isn't bright. This is how the ancestors spoke. So who is the one with the hood and the dress? All right, you're looking at that great red dragon, or the great serpent right now. Remember that sword symbolizing the beheading. They do this practice in the Middle East. Today they behead people. As above, so below. We're always dealing with cosmology. Everything is a ritual. So when you see this circle behind the head of Ketu, or what would have been a head, because Ketu has no head, that is the hood. That's what you put on when you go and do a robbery. Flat Earth Subgenius said veil means evil. You're so right. It's hidden. Remember that we fear what we don't understand, the mystery. If I walk in your house and I got my face covered, you're going to be more scared as if I walk in your house with my face exposed. Because right off the back, somebody covering their face, they about to do some dark stuff, or what we would call some evil to you. All right? When you walk in somebody's store with a hood on your head, they think you're going to rob the place. Why am I keep mentioning a hood? Because when you do the etymology of Ketu, like I've done here, pay attention, it's about to get deep. When you go to etymology dictionary and you put in Ketu, guess what? It means hood. What do we say? We live in neighborhoods. Black people say, man, I'm from the hood. So they're desecrating this stuff in every way possible. Anything dealing with a hood, We say priesthood, childhood, motherhood, brotherhood. Why do we say hood at the end of these things? Because the hood is dealing with Ketu, or that divine feminine energy. Remember that it's all good. All right? Because when you saying good, you really saying hood. It's all hood. So when they say keep it hood, they saying keep it good. Good is God. Who is God? The one with the veil and the tail, baby. I'm going to tie this thing in together so simple for y'all tonight. So, again, the veil and the tail is the hood and the dress that's worn by the woman. That hood on her head and that dress. All right, that veil on her face and that tail that she drags. Think of a woman getting married. All right, we're going to look at a couple of pictures here before we move on. And what we're looking at again is the veil and the tail. All of this is Ketu art, or divine feminine art. And as you can see here, the head chopped off, showing you the eclipse there. That's an eclipse. See, the empty part is where the black hole sun would be. That's a total eclipse. All right. And you see Ketu here again. So let's see some more parallels. Here is a artistic representation of Lilith. So you say, Brother Sanchez, why you showing me Lilith, but you talking about Ketu? Because Ketu is Lilith. These are all the same deity, as you can see when you look at the veil and the tail. This moon crest became the horns of the devil. Remember, the devil is the diva. All right. So this moon crest you looking at, it's the same thing as a sword. All right, chopping off that head of Ketu, symbolizing the moon phases. If you look at a chart representation of the moon phases, you will see it looks like a slice, a gradual slicing. And when it reaches that full moon point, that's a representation of a eclipse. Now, when we have an eclipse, you're seeing the goddess being revealed. So remember that when you say the word reveal, it goes back to the word veil. Veil. Veil is the one who's covered. Remember, in a wedding, the wife come down and her face is veiled. She has a veil on her face. But the man's job is to take that veil off of her face. And when the man takes that veil off of her face, he just revealed her. It's a revelation when that marriage take place. So let me find a picture of my bride so I can give y'all an example of what I'm talking about. I have a collage here. Let's go with this collage, and you have a couple up there in the top right corner having a marriage. That'll give you a visual to look at while I speak to you. Remember that when we say the veil and the tail, we're talking about the one who balances the scales, being Ma'at, the mother of the sun and moon. That is Ketu in Vedic astrology. And these eclipses of the sun and moon is a form of nature telling you that the great mother eclipses them both. Now, the word eclipse means splice, and that means marriage. So what happens during a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse is the mother marries the children. Now, this has nothing to do with incest or sexual thing. Marriage means bonding, a bonding of genetics or genesis. This is why every eclipse they tell you it's a new moon or renewal energy, meaning again, a marriage, a bond is two polarities coming together to create something new. So eclipse is renewal energy because the mother is revealing to you through nature, through an eclipse, who's balancing the scales. So what I mean here is that sun and moon are equal size, they're 50-50, and they both are balanced. You cannot see the balance because no one is teaching you what I'm about to teach you right now. You say, well, the sun better than the moon because look how bright the sun is, and the moon ain't that bright, Brother Sanchez. So I think the sun is the sustainer of all life. Well, a person that'll tell you that, they're a sun worshiper and they lack balance and they don't understand the concept of Ma'at. When you understand the Ma'atian concept, you realize 50-50 yin and yang, sun and moon, and you're also able to look at them both and see the balance, as opposed to someone that says, well, the sun is bright and it's shining, man, it's brighter than the moon. So guess what? The sun is God. That's a person that's blinded by the rays of Ra. And until you open your eyes by closing them and get back to the darkness, you won't see clearly. See, you think being blind is seeing darkness, but when you see darkness, you see all, because darkness is the stage of all light. Again, a blind man see better than most of you. So understand that you can also be blinded by the light. If I shine a flashlight in your face, you will be blind. Blindness don't have nothing to do with darkness. It's not until you go back to the darkness that you really begin to see. So cut the lights off and stop being afraid of the boogeyman, because the boogeyman is the one with the veil and the tail. Who is that? The dragon. Why is she the dragon? The diva, the devil. She's the one balances the scale. She sits on the trunk of the tree. She's that serpent who spoke good and evil, yin and yang, balance in the garden. But of course she was cursed. So I'm here to tell you the real Genesis, the real story. So how can we see the balance of the sun and moon without getting caught up into stuff like, well, the sun brighter than the moon? Here's the balance. Yes, the sun is brighter than the moon, but the sun moves alone without a companion. The moon is less brighter than the sun, but has her children that she escorts, that escorts her. So it balances each other out. Yeah, the sun is brighter than the moon, but the sun don't have a bunch of stars and constellations escorting them in. You see, we open the door for the woman. You see, the woman escorts the child into this world, just like the moon brings in the stars. So in Vedic astrology, it was taught that the moon is the head of the night. And remember that the moon is Ketu and has no head. So when we say the head of the night, we're talking about the one that drags along the stars and became that dragon. So if you look at that picture in the top left corner of this collage, you will see the moon with all the stars behind it. Maybe I can find a better one for you guys. Let me see here. Okay, so let's try this one. So the moon is the head of the night, which drags in the stars, as you can see in this picture. The moon, all that exists is nighttime. All right? Light is a limited lamp that moves locally, giving us day wherever it's at. That's the beauty of the sun. The sun gives each of you a unique day. Wherever the sun is at giving you daytime, that's the only place it's at giving those people in that diameter their daytime. And it's so damn balanced that it makes a perfect circuit and makes sure it doesn't miss anybody with that light. Oh man, it's just beautiful. It makes my heart warm up. Let me tell you something else. When we think about the brightness of the sun, as the sun leaves you in darkness, all right, that's the mother walking behind the sun, watching her sun shine. So from us, we see the sun moving away and the mother coming in. Now it's time for everybody to shut their eyes and go to sleep. We call it nighttime or nut time. Now what happens at nighttime or nut time? An eclipse happens. What do you mean, Brother Sanchez? Yes, you close your eyes, and that's a form of an eclipse when the eyelids marry each other. So just like these objects align with each other and we see this black object in the middle. That's what happens at night or at night. When you go to sleep, you have an eclipse and your eyelids marry each other to create the same darkness that you see during the eclipse when the sun marries the moon. Now I'm gonna pause for a minute and let y'all soak that in because, man, that's powerful. Let me have a 30-second break. Flat power. So remember that you have two eyelids, but they are polarities, meaning they don't face the same way. Just like you have two lips, but they are polarities, they don't face the same way. What happens at the center section of those two polarities? Ma'at reveals herself. What do you mean, Brother Sanchez? Again, this is Ketu with the veil and the tail, but I meant to pull up a picture of excuse me. Let me get this for you. So if you look at Mama Callie here, her tongue represents the serpent. Remember I told you that everything in the middle is desecrated. When you deal with the midsection, it's desecration because middle is, being centered is the key. They don't want you centered because they want everybody off balance. So let's deal with the center section. Just like you see in this art, what goes down at the center is Ma'at reveals herself. For example, what goes down at the center is Ma'at. When you say polarity, you're talking left and right. But remember that the root word of polarity is pole. Ma'at is the actual pole. Remember that each wing is one is the sun, one is the moon. And in our literal cosmos, the sun and moon makes their circuit around the pole. So when you look at Ma'at, you're looking at these same concepts, but I put this up to point out to you the significance of the center section. Now let's go back to Makali so I can show you how this relates to the tongue and throwing up the middle finger and why she sticks her tongue out. Remember that in the Garden of Eden, Adam was on the left, Eve was on the right, and in the middle was the tree of life with the serpent on it, and the serpent was speaking. The serpent sticks its tongue out like Mama Callie right here. That serpent sticks that tongue out just like Mama Callie. And you can see on Mama Callie's forehead is that moon crest. Now we finna get real deep. But before we do that, let me go ahead and give a big shout out to my brother Blue Voodoo. And let me say thank you, my brother, for the donation. My brother told me to keep the truth coming, and that's exactly what the hell I'm going to do. Flat power, and another shout out to my brother Blue Voodoo. Thank you, brother. Now let me take a drink and get back into this. People, you got to understand why the goddess is sticking her tongue out. The tongue represents the serpent. Why? Because the tongue is in the center of the mouth. Remember I told you that in the center of everything there's a event, there's a climax. Just like in the center of your body, where the left part of your body meets the right part of your body, what lies in the center is your heart, your sexual reproductive organs, your spine. The center section of anything is the revered section where life starts and is being sustained from, just like an umbilical cord is in the center of the belly. The center is synonymous with the life giver and the life sustainer and the primordial waters, which is simply darkness. Now, where does the tongue reside? The tongue resides in darkness, meaning when your mouth shut, you don't know what's behind those lips. Now, when you start talking, the tongue reveals itself based upon those upper lip and that bottom lip, which is a polarity. Think of an eclipse. The sun and moon come together and marry themselves and reveal total darkness, which is the mother. Just like your bottom lip marries your top lip, and there's a hole there. Remember that where these polarities marry themselves, there's a black hole or an event, what they call an event horizon or singularity. And we can see this as a continuum played out on all levels of everything in reality. So why does the goddess have her tongue out? Because that tongue is the serpent. Remember that the tongue is the one that speaks, and it was sound that spoke everything into existence. Even when you go to Genesis, before the light was turned on, all that exists was this darkness that I'm telling you about that's being revealed during this eclipse. Now, this darkness speaks. This darkness is a visual representation of a sound called silence. Yep, I said it. I said it. You heard it. And I meant what I said, and I'm going to repeat it again. Darkness is a visual representation of a sound called silence. Yes, silence is a sound. So listen, when we talk silence, there's really nothing that exists called silence. You can go down and listen, think of a radio, and think of that radio turned all the way up. Now think of someone turning the radio knob gradually down until you can't hear nothing. But think of a radio and a knob that never stops. So think of, you can turn this radio down for infinity and it'll still be going down in decibels until it reaches, it'll never reach a silent point or what you perceive as nothingness. It just will reach a point where it's out of your level of hearing. Because infinity means that nothing can never exist, even silence. So silence is a sound. It's only silence to you because you hear nothing. But the animal that can hear better than you hears something when you hear complete silence. Even if I ask you what you hear, you would tell me silence, where I thought silence wasn't a sound. You see how this go? Silence must be a sound if you hear it. All right? You actually hear nothing. But what is nothing? Nothing is everything. You've been taught nothing means no thing. But nothing means new thing. Change the O with a U, because nothing never exists. Everything that so-called goes into nothingness is actually just recreating itself. If you burn up your house, those smoke particles go in the atmosphere and they go and create something new. So new is new thing. Since nothing don't exist, all that exists is new things. So again, since nothing don't exist, all that exists is new thing or new things. So it goes back to, we don't die, baby, we multiply. So let's get back to the significance of the center. Remember, the tongue is the serpent. It's where the bottom lip meets the upper lip, and they create a black hole. And from that black hole, we utter sounds. And these sounds shape our reality. So you really need to pay attention to what I just said and understand how holy you are and how magical the human are and how this sacred geometry ties it to the way you was woven together by the great mother. I got a lot for you guys today, and we're going to get into it. But just to wake everybody up, let me shake the maracas for a minute. All right, now that right there is what we need. So that sound right there is going to keep y'all in tune. give us a little music, and it's also resembling the sound of the serpent which rattles its tail to let you know danger is near. But remember, danger is nothing to be afraid of. You see, what do you mean, Brother Sanchez? It goes back to this serpent energy. Now I'm finna get into this thing real deep. The center is very significant. I showed you how it relates to the mouth. I told you earlier about the OU root dealing with outer, and words that have the OU in them, for example, outer or boundary or surrounding, or when you say I'm traveling about or around, you're dealing with the outer ring. Clouds have OU because they're in the outer part of the atmosphere. You know, they're above you, they're out of your reach. So I'm bringing that up to say that the mouth has the OU because words come out of the mouth. The mouth, you know, sits on the outside of the face, and words come out. So I'm just giving you more things to keep your mind and the sound relation there. Now let's crank it up a notch and get back to this center section. When two polarities marry themselves, something is revealed at the center that's very, very amazing. It's the sustainer and primordial source of all, and I just showed you how that even works with the mouth. Now we're going to move on to the eyes. So when you look at the mama goddess Kali right here, you notice she have a left eye and a right eye just like you. But in this picture, you see that the mother goddess Kali have a third eye in the middle of her forehead, and it's vertical. You see, because like I said, when left marries right, something special happens at the center. It goes back to Ma'at. Left wing, right wing couldn't exist without that body that they're attached to. Sun and moon wouldn't have nothing to circuit around if there was no North Pole. So the North Pole is synonymous of the third eye. Your third eye is a microcosm North Pole. It's an antenna that connects you to the cosmos. Just like when you say antenna, the root word of antenna is ant. And when you think of ants, the insect, the ant, they're the antennas for the earth, because all of these ant beds all over the earth is actually like a nervous system, an electrical network, because ants are electric. They carry signals within the whole colony, and every colony in proximity to each colony or ant bed communicate with each other just like cities. So ants are called ants because this insect is the antenna of the earth. Ants play a major role in our earth communicating with itself. So the ant is a very powerful insect, and again it's called an ant because it's the antenna. Now your third eye is the antenna that connects you to the cosmos. And when we say pole, remember, if you look at an antenna on a car, they put them in the middle of the car, and it's a pole that stick up like the North Pole, and it receives a signal just like the North Pole receiving a signal from a higher source. So that's the umbilical cord, just like that baby receiving a signal from that mother through that umbilical cord, and what's coming through that umbilical cord is nourishment. Remember, nourishment is nourishment. So now back to antenna. What else do we see the ant root in? Remember that when we say Antarctica, we see the ant root again, because this dome structure exists, and the border of it exists along the ends of the Antarctic ice ring, which surrounds our Earth circle. Now, I do believe the Earth is an infinite plane. I don't think this ice ring is a barrier to stop you. I believe it's some kind of eye, like we was talking in the previous when we said we live in the eye of God. I believe this is where the eyeballs stop. So when you see the end of the dome, it could be a watery type barrier, just like an eyeball. But whether you can walk through that and still explore different parts of the face Now you're on the nose of the Creator or the forehead of the Creator. If you say we living in the eye of the Creator. And if you look at the previous videos we've been doing, we go into this eye concept real deep. I'm not going to do it here. Just wanted to point out this antenna, this ant root word. Why do we call it Antarctica? Because there's something going on there that's connected to the center of the earth at the North Pole. All right. Whatever is going on at the North Pole, there's a vertical energy that goes upward to infinity and outward to infinity, creating what's called the divine intersection, or the world of all wounds spoken of by the Dogon. This is where everything that's everything intersect with everything. All right, this is the center. So whatever's at the North Pole, again, is very magical. And whatever at the North Pole is connected to what we see in Antarctica. And this is why it's called Antarctica. This is the antenna. If you look at the, for example, Mama Gotti Gotti's collar here got a moon crest at the bottom of that third eye. And that can be an antenna. Remember that I told you that this goddess became the devil, and that moon crest that you see on her forehead right there, that became the devil's horns. But the moon crest is very holy. But you know, they trying to keep us unbalanced and away from the mother. But remember, this crest is the devil's horns, and it's the antenna on the ants. So it's all the same thing. Those horns are antennas. This moon crest is the antenna. All right. And this is where that third eye receives the signal from the Most High and let you know what time it is, physically, mentally, spiritually. But when that signal is broken or that signal is hijacked, we in trouble. And that's what's happening today. So now Brother Sanchez got to come along and get us back centered, back grounded, back in tune with the mother. All credit to Mother Nature for her beauty and her perfection and the way she woven everything into existence. X marks the spot, and that would be where that third eye is, where that antenna is, where that North Pole is. Now let me slow down so I don't lose y'all. Remember that when these two polarities marry themselves, they reveal the center section, which is where all emanates from. All right, no different than a stalk of a pineapple. So let me not get all over the place. Let me get back here, because we was talking about Ketu, and we was talking about that hood, and we was talking about that one with the veil and the tail. As you can see here, this would be the serpent goddess as well. So Ketu is the serpent goddess. All right. Why is this important? This is very important because she was cursed. They tell you today snakes are evil. When snakes represent the curves, snakes are sexy. All right. Snakes represent the curves of a woman. And if you don't believe me when I say snakes are sexy, on one hand they tell you the snake is evil, and on the other hand they sell you snake skin boots and snake skin belts. Why? Because you think it's sexy. So I'm showing y'all how all this stuff being played with you in your reality, and they taking the meaning away from the symbol and reinterpreting it to you in a world of vanities. These symbols have so much more meaning than what we shaping them with our world today. You see the double arches on goddamn McDonald's restaurant. When those double arches represent the breasts of the woman, you see nature speak to you through sigil, through symbol. And when you see them arches, the baby know it's time to eat. So it goes sucking on the nipple without nobody got to tell it nothing. Because nature programs symbolism in that baby's subconscious to know when it see double arches, it's time to eat. So the person McDonald's became a billionaire using that same shit against you, making the double arches, because they know that symbol make you hungry. They know you gonna drive your ass in that drive-through when you see them double arches. You ever wondered why you can just feed your children at home, But y'all get in the car and pass by McDonald's and they start begging for McDonald's because it's subconscious programming. It's an addiction. Them double arches play with you. It lets you know it's time to eat. So they doing magic on you, and I'm just trying to show you the trick of the magician. All right, don't shoot the messenger. Now let me take me another coffee break. Shout out to all of my Flat Panthers, Flat Power. Hey, while I take thank y'all for letting me take these little minute breaks. I really need them to rest my voice and to drink a little water. So I really thank y'all for doing that. All right, so I don't want to waste too much of your time. I'm having problems with my lighter, but I'm gonna give you another good 30 minutes and I'll take another 60-second break. So I'm trying to be efficient. For every 30 minutes, I rest 1 minute, all right, or 2 minutes. So, man, my pipe is clogged. Let me give you some more knowledge here. So we're talking about the one with the veil and the tail that became Satan. Remember that Ketu, our etymology of Ketu, is hood. And we know that hoods aren't welcome in today's world because it's a mystery. We don't know who's up under the hood. But you got to understand that when we talk about the hood belonging to the goddess, it's the veil that the woman get married in. You can see it here on all of the goddesses. For example, that hood would be the horns right here. All right, this is the serpent goddess. And those two snakes is nothing but the hood of the cobra. You can see this hood right here on the mother god. This is another form of the serpent goddess. You see, why does she have a hood on her head? Because again, when you go to etymology and look up Ketu, Ketu is the deity with the hood. That's the mother goddess in Vedic astrology. Remember, Ketu is the one without the head that's symbolized as the wife going down there to get married with the veil on her face. All right, she don't have a head. Now, this get real deep because remember that the wife is Ketu. She go down the aisle. That veil is the hood. It's the Ketu. It's the cobra, because she's the serpent. All right. Those two serpents is the hood. Let me show you. Remember, she's the serpent goddess. She wear the hood or the veil or the cobra. Remember that the women wear the bra on their breasts, and the word co just mean two or duat, binary, cooperation. All right, meaning that the left breast and the right breast are in cooperation with each other, or the left hand and the right hand are in cooperation. It's a form of yin yang, cooperation. So when you say cobra, you're saying it's a form of saying that duat again. Remember that the bra is just the hood, cobra. So remember that that hood is nothing but the third eye. Why? Because the third eye is hidden. When we talk about the woman, right, hiding her face with the veil on, that whole hood that's hiding her face is nothing but that third eye that we saw on Mama Kali. All right, it's nothing but these two serpents, them the two polarities, and what happens at the center. Look at her hands. They going left and right like Ma'at's wings, showing you balance. But look below the hands, you get those breasts. The goddess's breast is always there to show sexuality and fertility. think about it. They make the women's wear the broader, they perk their breasts up just like you see the goddesses in all of this art. And they call it cleavage. And it's a form of making the man get aroused, or what they call horny. Why do they say men get horny? Because the horns is the antenna. The woman know how to send you a signal with her horns to make you horny. Remember that the woman goddess in Egypt wears the horns. Let me show you. All right, here. All of the female deities, when you talk about ancient Egypt, they wore the horns because the horns are the hood or the two serpents. Okay, she balances those polarities. All right, the horns is why you get horny when you look at that cleavage, or why you get hungry. Remember that the words horny and hungry are the same things. Both of them need to be fed, the sexual organ and the stomach. So what are we saying? That you go to the woman for both of them. When you get hungry, you go to the earth and her fruits. Or if you're a baby, you go to them breasts, again, them double arches. Or if you get horny, you go to those arches again, you know, what we call a booty. All right, we go right in between that vortex again, each leg, left thigh, right thigh, into that center section, into that sacred vortex, that black hole. And we get fed again from the center. So you've been fed when you're horny, and you go and get relieved, and you're horny because of the horns that's worn by the goddess or the diva or the devil. Remember, they told you that the devil will seduce you as a beautiful woman, man, and she'll make you horny. And they try to make some bad with that when that's the way all life is created. Can I get a hello? I love my beautiful devil. I mean, they literally try to scare you into homosexuality. All right? Get real. Satan is sexy, baby. Tell him I said it. Tell him I love that serpent with all them curves. So now, when we talk about the horns being the hood, and the hood being Ketu, or the cobra, the veil of the woman, it's all the same concept. And before we go deeper, I want you to keep that concept in mind. So remember that that veil is the third eye because it's the hidden one. For example, when I look at a human, I can see their left eye and their right eye, but I can't look inside of their forehead at that third eye or that pineal gland. It's hidden in darkness. So it goes back to what I'm telling you, that that center section is representative of the primordial sea, which is just the darkness, which is an endless waves. Just like the sea, the ocean got waves. That darkness is a bunch of waves, all right, that exist in there. The most least dense waves you can think of that even allow us to create the more dense sounds on top of it, or the more vivid colors on top of it. Remember, every color in the crayon box together equals darkness, because they all come from that. Just like when you look up above your head, nothing can go above the night sky. Darkness is the background of all there is. It's the most high, but it's the hidden one because it's darkness. So it's symbolic of the third eye, and you connect to that darkness by shutting your damn eyes and going back to the darkness, because when you shut think about it, the one that balances the scales is the hidden one. So on a human body, the one that balances the scale or the seat of the soul is the pineal gland. It balances what you see with your left and right eye. It's not what you see, it's how you interpret what you see with the third eye. Because I can show you the truth, but you won't even get the truth. You'll distort the truth if your third eye don't know how to reinterpret it and translate it to the brain. So what goes into these two eyes? These two eyes is hooked up to cords that go to one location, to that third eye, where it's going to translate what they just saw. So you're blind if your third eye ain't translating your reality properly. And remember that the third eye is the hidden one. It exists in the middle of the forehead in darkness and balances left and right eye. So you escape back to the third eye by closing your eyes. This is why when we pray or worship or meditate, we close our goddamn eyes so we can really see. Think about that. They said you can't see when you close your eyes. That's bullshit. You see everything when you close your eyes and meditate and go within. The world outside of you exists within you as well. So remember, when the top lid marries the bottom lid, you create darkness or mother. And that's symbolic of Ketu. And Ketu is hood or veil. Because during the wedding, let's go back to our collage. So here's another form of the mother goddess in Aztec culture. And if you look at her, she has a hood on her head. That hood is there for a reason, because that hood is the veil. Remember that this all was desecrated, that the witches also wear this thing. Let me show you what I'm talking about. See how they making the witches all ugly? And see how they showing you that the witches is nothing but the black hole sun that caused the eclipses. That's why she fly her broom across the sky. Remember, they showing you the same thing with the Batman symbol, with the bee goddess eclipsing the sun, and that became the Batman symbol. But it's the same thing as the witch traveling across the moonlit moon with her broom. It's eclipsing the moon. That's that dark black hole sun. But remember this though, when we talk about Ketu and the veil or the hood, remember that witches wear veils. Remember that the witch wear the veil too. So the witch is another deity, another way of saying Ketu. The fucking hat that the witch wear is nothing but your Christmas tree with the North Star on top. It's the same hat that Santa Claus and all of the elves wear. You got to understand that when you say the word elf, the root word of it is El, dealing with the god El, which means balance or Saturn. So when you see the hat that she got on, that hat is nothing but the hat that the Pope wear for Saturn. You see the hat he got on, it looked like the planet Saturn. Because why? Saturn is nothing but balance or balance. It's nothing but a way of making the yin yang. So, the god El, right? This the wrong one. That is one of them. This the one I'm looking for. You see? If you look at this god El, I'm finna show y'all something real quick. Let me do something real quick. I want to give you a good example of what I'm talking about. Because there's something called an elf hat. Or you can just say it's an El hat. Why you say that, Brother Sanchez? You just making up stuff. No, I'm not. Let me show you what I mean. Here's the god El. Hold on. All right, there you can see him. If you look at this god El, right? Let's take a brush and let's paint something I want you to see. You got to always look at your dimensions. Check this out. Now you see where the witches get their hats from. Now you see why it's called an elf hat or El hat. Let me show you again. You can see that they wearing an El hat right here, or an elf hat, or a form of what would be that elf hat right there. and that's another god called El. But let me show you this. It's all dealing with the triangle, because when you say triangle, you're saying triangle, okay? So again, you see what I mean here is all sacred geometry. You see that this god Baal got the hands up and the horns like the goddess. But when I'm talking about this F hat, bear with me, because you know when I do it live, we doing it on the spot. It take a little bit more time to access stuff. But this stuff isn't just random shit we making up. The witch is a deity that's related to this god El. It's all around you, y'all. Someone said Israel. You're right. Elohim. You're right. Elementary. You're right. We're made of elements, right? Elements, okay? So this stuff goes real deep. We say hello, but remember that the H is silent, so you're really saying Elo. Elo. Remember, you have ankles because your ankles make an angle. What is an angle? An angle is what his arm is making. Let me show you. We all know what the hell an angle is. You cannot make this hat without angles, meaning that his arms being an angle. All right. That's why it's called an angle. All right, because the angle of his arms making the L. Remember that the alphabet called L shapes like El, the god. The L is the L. All right. We call it an L. We say element of P. But the alphabet L is the angle. And the angle is the angel. That's the weaving of the mother, the intersection, the pyramid. So LO. That's why you say 11. And 11 is equal, parallel, meaning eternity. It means L even, because you lining up those railroad tracks to make 11. L even, L even. And it creates parallel, or what you call the equal sign. So when you write equal, you're writing L even or 11. Or when you say parallel, remember that the end of parallel is L. Parallel, L. And it means even. All right, and you can see the witch hat that this god make, because it's all even, dealing with Saturn or Satan. And remember, Satan is the great red dragon, who's the moon goddess, Ketu, the divine feminine. So this F hat can't be made without the L's. All right? And when you say triangle, you're saying Trinity angel. Who is the Trinity angel? Who is the Trinity angel? Here she is. And again, you can see your F hat. This would be your 360, and this would be your pole peeking up where her head at. All right? It's easy to see. It's the same concept of a F hat. So it's all the same thing. Remember that the base of the pyramid is 4 corners, which is 360. Remember that the base of a birthday cap or F hat is a 360 as well. So just to show you what I'm talking about before we move further, I don't want to lose y'all. But a square and a circle are both 360. So I want you to understand that basically, where's my tools? Here we go. So remember that the base of this pyramid is 490-degree angles, which will give you 360, a square base. But remember that you can also do this. You can also do this. Hold on. You can have a pyramid this way too, folks. It doesn't have to be a square base. And it goes back to the elf hat. I am giving you sacred geometry at its finest. This is your Christmas tree with Polaris at the top right here. All right. And like I said, it's your pyramids in Kemet. It explains why the capstone of the pyramid is the all-seeing eye, because that's the North Star. That's Ma'at's head. You will see that the base of the pyramid will be her wings, and that there's 4 corners. Remember that the root word of 4 is F-O-U, and that is the foundation, F-O-U, which supports the center, which is the fountain, F-O-U, which is the pole, which the cup overflows, the fountain of youth at the North Pole. So the center and the outer has a connection. That's the yin and the yang, which gives birth to the serpent in the middle. So without the center and the outer, there would be no earth plane or no Midgard. All right? Without the fountain and the foundation, there would not be a founder. Without the founder, there wouldn't be a fountain or a foundation. So it's a symbiotic system. Ma'at is not Ma'at when you take her wings away. But when you take her away, what's there to balance those wings? It's a symbiotic system that the ancestors was trying to tell you. And the feather at the top represents balance. That's the North Star. That's the center section. That's the all-seeing eye that balances that scale, sun and moon circuiting around that center. All right, perfect balance. And that feather, remember, it goes on the scale, and that feather ain't gonna tip them scales. Remember, the feather is light. When you put it on the scale, it's gonna maintain balance. And where do you see that feather on Ma'at's head? At the top. That's where your star would be, at the top of your Christmas tree. So that's the balance. That's the feather. And that feather goes on the scale, and that scale ain't gonna tip. It's gonna stay just like the goddess's wings. So all of this ties in together. Like I tell you, everything is everything. It all is one code of balance. That's all it is. Don't let these folks get you on this channel, talk on these channels, giving you all that deep crap, spookism and dumb crap. It's all balance, and I'm revealing it now. Now, when we talk about the word reveal, it goes back to the one with the veil and the tail. Let's get that one back up there. Now, remember, this is Ketu, the Aztec mother goddess, serpent goddess, has that hood that Ketu has, symbolizing the veil during marriage. So remember, when you say to reveal something, is to think of a marriage. What happens during a marriage? That man pulls that veil from off of that woman's face, and now he can kiss the bride. It's like an eclipse. You see, when you looking at that object swallow up the sun or the moon, it's like watching that man pull the veil off of the face. Now, when you get that total eclipse, and it's that dark object in the direct center, and it's a total eclipse, that's when that man is kissing them lips. All right, so when you watching the eclipse take place, that's the man pulling the veil off of the woman. He's revealing her or revealing her during that marriage or that eclipse. This as above, so below. When he reveals her face, he can now kiss the bride. That's the total eclipse. Remember, going back to the mouth, which is that black hole. All right, and we show affection from that section. And my lips marry her lips, and that's symbolic of our bond. Everything we do is ritual. So when he reveals his wife or the bride, that is the eclipse happening. And the eclipse taking place, remember that dark object that's at the total eclipse of the sun and moon, it's a revelation of the goddess as spoken of by the ancients. So at the summit or the climax of that eclipse, the goddess is revealed or revealed, and you see a black hole. So when that man takes that veil off of that woman and they kiss, that's a form of that black hole, the kissing. Because what you're actually seeing is the black hole sun directly in front of the sun and moon in a marriage. I mean, it's not in front of it. They're actually inside of each other. They become one. It's a splicing. So since they're light beings and they're not physical, they can just merge together and become one, creating new energy and exposing this darkness, this black hole sun. So this marriage exposes the mother. And what I'm trying to say here is that I lost my train of thought. Hold on a minute. So basically, he reveals the mother. And when you talk about the sun and moon merging together during the eclipse, revealing that dark mother, that dark object, remember that they are physically one. They're not in alignment. They actually merge together, but there's no collision because they're not solid objects. So why am I saying this is because when they merge together, they reveal darkness, and we call that the black hole sun or a portal, new energy. I'm saying that to say that during the marriage and the man reveals the woman by taking her veil off, then what happens is a kiss. And that kiss is when the sun merges with the moon, like I just told you. So when the sun becomes one with the moon, they make physical contact. Just like the two lips, that man and woman's lips, after he reveals her, they make contact, physical contact. All right. Now, the deep thing I want to point out about kissing is hissing. When you say shh, kiss and don't tell, all of this stuff relate to each other, the keeping of a secret and kissing each other and having pinky swears and the snake making the hissing sound and you saying something is sexy, and you know that that sound is a sexy sound, but also a sound to let you know danger is near when you're dealing with the snake or the serpent, which resides at the center of the yin yang. So you're not born into sin, you're born into sine waves. Okay? So when you look at the S, you're looking at a wave. Okay? The S is just a serpent, it's a wave. So when you kiss, you go to darkness. Because often when we kiss, we close our eyes. All right? And you can't even control it. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I think it's natural for a human. When we kiss, we close our eyes. And we never thought about, like, why do we do that? Because as above, so below. When you kiss, you eclipse and you expose darkness. So when we actually kiss, we close our eyes because darkness is associated with that marriage. We can't escape this science, microcosm, macrocosm. Everything we do is ritual and all things are sacred geometry. So when the sun kisses the moon, darkness is revealed. When you kiss your woman's lips, man, you can't help but close your eyes. All right? When you marry the left brain with the right brain through meditation, you're kissing those two parts of the brain. And when that happens, the third eye is open. The third eye is aroused. Just like when you kiss your woman, the next step after that is cutting on this Barry White and we about to make some love, baby. All right, you know what I'm talking about. The kissing is the beginning phase. So when the left brain kisses the right brain, oh man, that arouses the third eye. The third eye gets horny. And remember that the horns is the antenna. So when the left brain kisses the right brain and that third eye gets horny and that antenna goes up, you ready to connect with the cosmos when that steeple bursts from the top of the brain or the top of the skull. You can't see this energy, but when that third eye is aroused during meditation, if they had some equipment that can detect the energy around you during that time, you will see explosions or what they call big bangs. Because again, when two polarities marry themselves, something magical happens and something magical is revealed. So when the left brain marries the right brain, the seat of the soul is aroused. And what happens with that arousement is an erection. And when the pineal gland is erected based on the kissing of the left and right brain, you're now aroused, okay? The pineal gland is aroused, and when it's erected, think of a monument or a building being erected. When it's erected, your antenna just came up, and you get information from the cosmos through meditation, all right, or mediation. Because that's your messenger. That's your umbilical cord. If you cut that from the baby, it can't be fed by the mother. Okay? So in macrocosm, that would be the North Pole. Now, when we talk about the revelation, which is the end book of the Bible, it's nothing but the woman taking the veil off, the revealing of her face, so this eclipse ritual of Rahu and Ketu. So when we deal with Ketu, which is the primordial source, the representation of the goddess, we know that Ketu has no head, which is represented by the veil and the tail, and that became the bride with the veil and the tail on the wedding dress. So she represents Satan or the diva, the devil, the dragon, which drags along that tail or that night sky, the moon dragging along those stars or those children. Now in the Middle East, they also desecrate this by covering up the woman with the veil and the tail and punishing her for being so devout. Men, today we punish the woman whether we know it or not, based on the patriarchy that we've been programmed by in these societies. We have to restore our women because they hold the key to balance on earth. So part of this thing is understanding, women, you are at war against patriarchy, and this ain't about race. Women need to start coming together, and this ain't no feminism. Remember that feminism is like the flat earth society. It's a false form of what I'm trying to do. This is real feminism, what I'm giving you. It's spirituality. It's divine feminism. So you go to school to get geometry, but you come to me to get sacred geometry because they're not giving you the spiritual side in school. So it's one thing to get geometry from them, but it's another thing to get sacred geometry from me and understand that sacred geometry is the shortcut. All the mumbo jumbo they give you in school, and I come show you a few symbols that break down the whole damn code of the cosmos that the ancestors was trying to tell us. So you can only see what I'm showing you with the third eye instead of trying to interpret your reality through text and looking at it visually with the left and right eye. After you see what you need to see, shut your eyes and let your mind do critical thinking. Critical thinking is the act of the third eye balancing what you just saw, okay? Because the left and right eye is your scales. You have to be the master balancer. So when you go back to this picture, for example, of this Saturn god named El, you are the God in the middle of your reality. If you don't balance it right, everything gonna fall apart. So you are the L in the middle. That's you. And you got to balance what you perceive through the left and right eye and carefully with your mind Otherwise, you'll distort your reality and create chaos in your life, which will create chaos as a collective because we all out of balance. Even when you go to this Masonic art, you can see those 4 foundations, which is the base of your pyramid, coming up to form a climax at the top, or an arc where they got the eye of the sky. And on the side of that all-seeing eye is the sun and the moon. Again, Ma'at balancing the scales from the North Pole. That 360 base can be circular or a squared, like I just showed you in the demonstration I did on paint. So I hope y'all paying attention, taking notes, and tying all of this in. I have future videos coming on the black cube of Saturn and breaking down the sacred geometry of Saturn symbolism. That's going to be an entire series. Stay tuned for that. You're not ready for that yet until you get this. You need to understand the elementary parts. That's why I'm dealing with L. That's why I'm dealing with the simple, basic, sacred geometry of the third eye. I'm trying to stimulate your third eye, so when I go deeper into this stuff in the future, everybody will be tracking. Flat power. All right. So let me keep it elementary before we go to middle school. Now remember, middle school is the center section. So right now we still in the underworld. We still in chaos. This way you trying to figure it out. Now when we leave elementary, we gonna rise up to where you see that spear at what he holding, and that's when you start hula hooping, baby. Because when you got that hula hoop around your waist, if you ain't moving your hips in balance, then that hula hoop ain't gonna stay in the center section. So when you hula hoop, they showing you that you need to be balanced, baby. You got the hula hoop from the base of the spine, baby. That's that waist energy, that sexual energy. When you start gyrating, people start getting aroused. And that's how you hula hoop. All right? And that's how, and you won't hula hoop right if you ain't got the right rhythm in your waist. You ain't gonna be able to keep balance. That thing gonna drop to your ankles. So right now, that's where we at. We at the ankles. We at the Ls. We're not hula hooping yet because y'all don't got proper waist movement. We ain't even made it to the base of the spine. I'm assuming y'all still walking with me in kindergarten. So yeah, we in elementary. We hula hooping at the ankles. Now when we get to middle school, then we'll be dancing. We got that hula hoop at the waist like you see with L here. But we in chaos. We in the underworld right now. We work our way up the spine. So we're at the base of the spine. All right? That's elementary. That's just stimulating the third eye. The next step, middle school, is when you got the basics. The third eye is just another muscle or extension of the human. That's what I'm trying to get you to where you're so familiar with the spiritual side of yourself. And the next step is when you go on and raise on up to that crown, all right, and you're able to manipulate your reality in godlike ways and actually surf the astral realm and control lucid dreaming and get into a bunch of deeper magic that a lot of people gonna start unsubscribing when we get up to that level, because they gonna be doing shit and getting scared and blaming it on me, but they don't realize I've done this stuff and practiced it. So I've astral projected, I've done this stuff, and yeah, you're gonna be scared, but you got to get out of it. Y'all, you only scary because you ain't brave. You cannot access the darkness. You can't access the great mother without bravery. So when you say questions, the root word of questions is quest. And any quest you go on, you got to be brave. I come from a religious background. I had to exercise bravery to even question my way out of the Bible, because the Bible told me don't question. So right off the back, I had to be brave to go on that quest. And you see where it led me today. So they say, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will feel no evil. And basically what they saying, I will feel no veiling. Remember, evil is veil. That's the veil when you rearrange the letters like Subgenius told you. So if you will feel no evil, that means you will feel no revelations. All right, if you ask a question and do research and go on that quest, don't you be fucking scared of the answer that you ask. Remember what people say, that the answer may scare you. Be careful what you ask for, but that's all right. We brave, we on a quest. This is all goes back to don't be scared of the dark, because when you die and you got to been exercised enough bravery in your life that upon death you ain't exerting fear energy. All right, because I do think that alter our energy in our afterlife journey. So everything we do in this life need to be psyching ourselves up. God damn it, everything is everything. Understanding that the great mother got us covered. So we don't have no fears of death, because we don't have no fears of life. So if you ain't got no fears of life, but you got fears of death, you off balance. That's not fair. You get what I'm saying? So the person that's balanced in the middle have no fears. All right? You're just neutral. You just say, hey, when I shut my eyes and go to that darkness, baby, whatever happened, the mother got me, because she balancing it perfectly. But the people want to get you scared like God, like the great mother ain't balancing it perfect. Like when you die, some shit gonna happen and all of that. Nope, nope, nope. If I cut you, your skin gonna heal itself, and it knows what to do without you telling it what to do. Just like there's a part of you that's more intelligent than the part of you that's always trying to figure shit out. It's called a subconscious. It knows how to keep your whole body flowing right, while the other part of you trying to figure the damn body out. So it's that subconscious part of you that got it all under control, and that's what you go back and unite with upon death or upon life, because there is no death. See, when you go in between life and death, you just is what it is. There's a term that we say, it is what it is. And we don't understand how powerful that is, because when we say it is what it is, that's another way of calling on the original name of the Most High. Because the original name of the Most High in a lot of the patriarchal religions was, I am that I am. So I am that I am means it is what it is. Remember that it is what it is a concept that means, look, I don't care, man. The Creator got it, bro. It is what it is, bro. Stop worrying me about climate warming, about global warming, about shit clashing into Earth. The Creator balancing this thing perfectly. You lying to me, NASA. It is what it is. So when I say it is what it is what it ain't. I mean, it is, period. So what I mean by that is, what happens when you breathe your last breath? You die and you live, because you just is. I gotta break this down to y'all. There's a primordial goddess in Kemet. Her name is Isis. And you can look at that as is. Isis. It is what it is. I am that I am. And what that means is simply that there's no explanation for that which can't be explained. But the act of trying is what create the quest. You'll ask questions till you die. But when you die, you know everything. While you living, you trying to figure it all out. It goes back to the person studying biology to learn about the body, but the body already knows about itself, because it is what it is. It's intelligent. So there is no life and there is no death. It's just is. It's just now. It's just present. For example, if somebody walk in your house right now while you tuned in to Bro Sanchez and kill you, you will be in the now And we'll still keep on continuing this lecture an hour now. If somebody busts up in here right now and shoot Brother Sanchez and kill me, I'ma open up new eyes in a new now. And it goes back to what I told you. New is the goddess. Now is what she always manifests. She's constantly producing the present. Shout out to my brother Bo Jackson. He gave me a lucky donation, and my brother said it is what it is. It do what it do. Just like everything is everything. Ooh wee. God damn it, Bo Jackson, you just went off. And Bo Jackson, I got to give you a phone call too, my brother. Email me. Yeah, you did, and I got your phone number written, and I'm gonna be giving you a call in the morning, my brother, because we gotta talk. The brother Bo just went off. Listen, remember that EVE is as above, so below. You got an E on one side, the vortex, which is the V or the angle, the vagina in the middle, and the E on the other side. So it's a vortex surrounded by two tridents, just like the Kananga is a linear line surrounded by 3 points, making 6 points, or is everything is A phi A, EVE. It's like he said, everything is everything. You're making a sandwich. It's sir, yes, sir in the military. Sir, yes, sir. Everything is everything. It's basically a rhythm where you take in the word everything, which is one piece of bread, and you put the meat in the middle, which is the Isis. The is what it is. That's the meat. Remember, the meat is where it all take place, baby. That's the body. All right, now who is the body? The body is Ketu, because Ketu is not the head. Rahu is the head. Ketu is the body, or the meat, the middle part of the sandwich. All right, so when you say everything is everything, Isis is in the middle of everything. That's how you get Ma'at. Everything is everything. Isis is in the middle. She's the meat of that everything sandwich. And remember, the meat is the median, the middle. So this stuff's so deep that I can go so many ways to show you how it tie in. I am that I am is just a rhythm that's just saying it is what it is, or everything is everything. All right. So let me get a flat power from all of my flat panthers out there, and a 1 minute water break. Flat motherfucking power. Hey, brothers and sisters, I'm back with you. Seems like I got another donation while I stepped out. And that's from my brother, Robert Humphrey. Everything is in existence. It's all infinite. Y'all need to pay attention to that. Shout out to my brother, Robert Humphrey. Thank you again for the donation. And much love to all of you. Thank you all for tuning in. Go ahead and give our donators a shout out. Brother Bo Jackson, Brother Robert Humphrey. We appreciate those. Flat power to all of my Flat Panthers out there. We gonna still crank it up into this thing and get into some more of it, all right? Because there's more when we talk about Ketu and that hood. Again, that hood is that arch that became Nut or Nu. That cobra, that Ketu, the horns. All right, so let's look at some more slides. And you see what I mean. Shout out to Bo Jackson again. I just glanced over there. My brother said a lot of people feeling this, Brother Sanchez. That's why I'm going to do more of this and keep this kind of energy here, because there's no need of me to waste a lot of time with mundane stuff when I got all of these revelations to give to the masses. All right, there's so much that I need to reveal to you. And remember that everything I reveal is us pulling that veil off of that bride, okay? When we reveal or reveal, we expose the face of the mother. We expose the face of the goddess, and we give her a big kiss on those lips and let her know that we accept the revelation. We accept the revealing of her. And we enter into her darkness, into her womb with all sincerity, ready to have our hearts on the scale. Let me give another big shout out to my brother Nathan H. My brother just gave a donation, and my brother didn't say nothing but just gave a donation. That says enough. I love you, my brother. That says enough. Thank you. So what we're doing here is dark stuff. See, we playing in the dark right now. And y'all stepping into a level that they never want us to go into. So now let me come with more revelations so we can take the veil off of the mother and keep kissing those lips. All right? Now, remember, like I said, Ketu wears the veil, because Ketu is the body, the woman, the foundation. She's the body, you know, the one that even carries the body and shapes and makes the body from her body. This gets deep because the body is the bond. It's the bond. Remember, your body is considered your center torso section. Everything else is limbs that's connected to that body. So the body is the bond. You can see how the words kind of sound the same. Bod is bond. Okay. So the bond being the body that binds the limbs to the human. Now, this body is the woman, Ketu. The moon is the body, meaning that the sun is an extension of the night, just like the arms is an extension of the body. The legs is an extension of the body. Okay, so the sun is just an extension of the night sky. All that exists is darkness. All right, take the sun away, the night still will be there. But if you take the night away, the sun couldn't even exist. Because without the darkness, the light has no background to even shine. This is why in all Genesis stories, darkness existed first. There had to be a consciousness to become consciousness of itself to even know to cut the damn light switch on. All right? The first light source was the moon. And then the sun. The moon is the mon, or the monitor. It escorts the sun. It monitors the sun. And it also has the mother escorting it. It's called a lunar node, that dark object. Now that mother is the parent of the sun and moon, and on the macrocosm, the night sky. A representative of the infinite waters being the darkness in the night sky. A microcosm representative, meaning like if you look at Christianity, they tell you that the God above sent the earthly representative in the flesh, so like a small part of itself in the flesh to go down to earth. And basically what they're telling you is that infinite night sky is a representation of that infinite creator that exists as the Most High in the Bible. And when he sent his son down to earth, that night sky actually gave birth to the sun and moon. All right. Before anything existed, all that existed was darkness. Not even the stars that you see twinkling. It was nothing but the darkness. Then you can see the twinkling stars and the sun and moon and all of that. And y'all can argue about which one come first, the stars or the sun and moon. But basically, I just want to let you know that the darkness came before any of those lights was turned on. So the moon is a light, the stars is a light, the sun is a light. But what predates all light is that darkness that's the background to them all. And a microcosm representative of that infinite darkness that covers the sky would be that dark object that eclipses the sun and moon. That's it sending itself down in a earthly form to be a messenger. That's Jesus on the cross in between the two thieves, because this dark object is in between the sun and moon and eclipses them both. Even though the sun and moon may be different polarities of each other that balances each other out and creates a trinity, there's something they have in common, in that they both have to undergo eclipses or splicings or marriages with the Great Mother. So the Great Mother is the sum of everything. And like I said, in a microcosm form, you can see this Great Mother eclipsing her children, the sun and moon. But she is a microcosm representation of those primordial waters, or that night sky, which is the background of all light and of all things, of all ideas, because all inventions, all ideas come from that darkness. So let me take a minute to give my brother Shemi Koli Ami a big flat power and a big shout out. My brother says, this is I see you, flat power from PA, peace and knowledge. Shout out to my people up there in PA, in Philly, in Pennsylvania, in New Jersey, in New York. What's up, Brooklyn? What's up, Harlem? I know we got flat earthers all across this great plain. Hey, I tell you what, if you put your state in the chat room, I'll give you a shout out real quick before we get back into the teachings. Thank you, my brother Shema. I see you. You emailed me too, I see you. And I was reading that you were saying we need to link up, me, you, and the brother Ed. I got that email marked as unread so I can remember to come hook up with you. Thank you for that donation. So we got Pittsburgh in the house too, Pittsburgh. We got Baltimore from legendary Duke. If you put your city down there now, I'm going to shout it out in this next minute. Nicholas Cabal saying Florida in the building, baby. Bro Sanchez saying 205, baby. Alabama. And 702 Las Vegas. I got two of them, baby. Copaesthetic said Las Vegas. I didn't know you was from Las Vegas. Nathan H from Memphis. Matthias coming up in this from LA and Cali. Hey, shout out to Tigil from Utah. Punch Easy from the Virgin Islands. Ace McCloud from Colorado. Man, I'm loving these places. These are places I've been wanting to meet. Eddie from Harlem. Man, if you from Harlem and you fucks with Bro Sanchez, I really got so much love for you. Because a lot of people in Harlem don't like the way I tell the truth to the black conscious community. We know that's a capital for it. So shout out to Harlem. Shout out to Roger from VA. And now we're going to get back into the teachings. After I take me another 1 minute break, we're going to pick up where we left off on Ketu and the goddess who wears this hood, because Ketu wears the veil and the tail, as I've been mentioning. And also you can see that the veil is the hood or the horns or the two serpents on each side like you see here. That's the hood. All right. And let me see. You can see that hood on Nuwa. This goddess here is called Nuwa. She's one of the oldest mother goddesses in Asia. And she's often portrayed with these sort of decorative garments around her head. But what you see is the cobra hood. That's their way of saying that this is their serpent goddess. You got to pay attention to everything in the picture. When you look to the left at the Masonic cosmology, that all they showing you is Nut and Geb. Now let's go back to let's go back to the cobra. Now I just went into the cobra, the serpent goddess, the tree of life, how this ties into the female and all of that. I'm gonna try not to be so repetitive. So when you see that cobra and you see Nuwa, remember that the woman is the serpent, but she was desecrated. In the ancient days, the serpents were very holy and revered. Today in this backwards ass world, we say that serpents are evil when they move like the sine wave. Remember that the sine wave, let me pull a picture up. Alrighty. So here's a sine wave. S-I-N-E wave. This is how water move in the ocean. This is how your heartbeats look. This is how a snake look. And this is the curves of the woman. This is how her breasts look and how her booty look. This is the wave of life. This is how sound moves. And when you say sound, you're saying sign. And when they say you was born into sin, it's not that you were born into sin. You was born into sign. The cosmos is a huge sine wave that exists in different polarities, just like you see in this picture of a sine wave. You see a linear plane. That would be the earth plane. You also see a vertical plane in the center of that. That would be the North Pole. When those two marry each other, they make music, and that's when the serpent reveals itself. All right? When those two polarities come together and marks the spot, music is happening, and it's called existence. Even when you look at this sine wave dancing around this linear line, it's making a bunch of bow and arrows or arch bows. And it's also as above, so below, creating eyeballs and dome structures or planetariums. And this would be a cosmos right here. This would be a cosmos right here, or eyeball. Okay? And what if our reality was made just like this? A bunch of multiverses inverted in different ways to create one. Just like if you look at the eyes of a fly, you got a bunch of tiny little eyes making two eyeballs, making each eye. So we weren't born into sin. We was born into sign. All of this mythology of the sine wave was cursed because that's the curve of the divine feminine. That's the sound that spoke what you call physicality into existence. That's the serpent wrapped around the pole. That's the one that spoke light from the darkness, the divine womb, cosmic mother, Ketu, which wears the hood or the cobra. The snake, which moves like the sine wave and is a symbolic representation of sin in the Bible. So I'm giving you back the truth associated with the desecration so that you can free your mind and get out of fear. It is the fear that is keeping you away from the divine mother. Again, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, or I will fear no revelations. Evil is veil. So though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no veil. And what's the veil? The veil is the veil. Check it out. The darkness is the great mother. She represents the darkness. The veil represents that unknown answer to that question that led you on a quest. So you asked the question. You was brave for asking the question. But you got to be even braver to go on a quest and get the answer to that question. And the answer may scare you. You may wish you had not asked that question. But you got to be brave, and that question will free you. All right. So, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no veil or no evil. Meaning, if you look at the veil on this woman, if you think about how they marry each other in the Middle East, you don't know what your wife looked like. You walking down that aisle and you scared because when you pull that veil from off her face, you hope she don't look like a monster. So listen, this is all ritual. All right, it's a mystery that you fear. So when you reveal your wife, you really don't supposed to see her face yet. That's the original tradition. So when you unveil her, you know it's supposed to be a mystery, just like the question. Now, though you walk through the valley of the shadow of death, you will fear no evil or no veil. You won't fear the answer to that question. It goes back to that answer is represented by the equal sign. If you say 2 plus 2 equals 4, think about what you just said. You said 2 plus 2 equals 4. So equal is telling you that the equal sign is the 11 or 11. The equal sign is the summit, the climax. When you say equal, you can also say 2 plus 2 climaxes into 4. Or eclipses into 4. Or splices into 4. Or unifies into 4, but you just represent that as an equal sign. Remember, that just means balance, L even. So that's when you get the answer after you take that veil off. That's why it's called reveal or reveal. So I'm revealing a lot of things to y'all today. I'm basically taking Mother Nature's veil off with every video, and I'm revealing to you the true nature of our Creator, our divine, feminine, awesome Creator. I'm revealing her to you. I'm taking her veil off, and we are giving her a big kiss on those lips. So the next thing I want to point out is when I was talking about Ketu, the one that wears the veil and has the tail, you can see it. This cobra is a representation of the veil and the tail. The snake don't even have nothing but the veil and the tail. All right, dealing with the Ketu energy or the Venus energy. Okay, and here is a collage that has the bee goddess next to the serpent goddess, and has Angkor Wat next to them, because Angkor Wat's city layout is made just like the bee goddess or the serpent goddess. The architecture through the city of Angkor Wat has nothing but Naginis and serpent goddess or devas all through the artwork. Now, I did a whole lecture on Angkor Wat that you really need to watch if you haven't saw it, and you can find that on brosancheztv. All right, and that'll give you the sacred geometry dealing with the city of Angkor Wat and how those our ancestors in Angkor Wat was telling you the same thing I'm telling you right now. Let me blow this up and show you something. You can see here how the wings of the bee goddess is the hood of Ketu. So again, let me bring back Nuwa. You can see these similarities. So here you have the serpent itself with the veil and the tail, which became desecrated. Now above that, you can see Nuwa creating man with all of the men surrounding that goddess. That's the cartoon art depiction of the goddess Nuwa. You can see in her hands, she's fashioning man with her very hands. And you can see that, again, her head is adorned with a hood type garment that resembles the hood of a cobra, because she's another representation of Ketu, which has the veil and tail, or the hood and the dress. So if you look at that and you compare it to the bee goddess and the serpent goddess right here, you can see the similarities. The two serpents around the serpent goddess on the far right there, far right bottom, and you compare that to the upper left corner with the serpent goddess over there in Asia. And these from two different areas, but you see this same concept. Now in the bottom right, that's called the Aztec serpent goddess. And you can see her two horns as two serpents making her hood. And to the left of her would be the bee goddess's wings creating that same hood. But you also see the bee goddess with a veil on her head in the form of a beehive or a crown that later the pharaohs started wearing as well. It's the veil of Ketu. So you will notice each of these deities have their arms spreaded. Back to the serpent goddess from the Aztec in the bottom right, you will see her hands opening up with a skull below them. And this is their way of saying she's creating man out of this duality. The bee goddess is telling you the same. Remember that in ancient cosmology, the earth is called Midgard, and that humans are called mediums. All right, all elements connect to make the human, just like they show you in the Captain Planet concept, when earth, wind, fire, and all the elements, remember El, when all of these elements come together, you see Captain Planet. And Captain Planet is Ka-Ptah in netted plane, or Ka-Ptah in plane net. Captain is Ka, dealing with the soul, Ptah, dealing with thought energy, in. Ka-Ptah in plane net. A Ka-Ptah in. Your Ka and Ptah in this world, it is what you always find yourself inside of a consciousness realm, with a consciousness realm inside of you. So you exist inside of an earth cosmos, which is consciousness, but you also have a consciousness existing inside of you that is more aware of this shit than you are. In other words, your heart knows the beat, and your veins and systems in your body and all of that know what to do. And you don't even know about the body. We go to school to learn about the body, but the body don't go to school to learn about itself. It knows what to do, but you got to learn about it. And you are the body. So where's this disconnection? You see how deep this goes? There's different intelligences existing in microcosm and macrocosm, and if they're not aligned, we ask questions like, what am I? When the person that's asking the question subconsciously knows the secrets to the universe. So when an eclipse happens, that's when the unknowing marries the knowing and creates balance, which is just everything, you know. See, the beauty of water is, if you take water to dry land It creates balance, but you no longer have dry land. You have sand. So you can look at that like where the sea meets the land, you create sand. Sand means sea plus land. Sand. Where the sea meets the land is sand. All right? So you create something new. Now this gets real deep and I'm going all over the place, but I'm just telling you the marriage of the sea and the land, which is representative of the sand, which is its own cosmos of life that just live in it, just sand creatures. So from everything comes everything and even more when you deal with infinity. When the top eyelid marries the bottom eyelid, man, you never know what kind of thoughts may come out of that darkness or what kind of dream you may have that night when you sleep. All right? So these polarities marrying each other is what creates magic or magic. So you can even see with this art on the top left that the goddess Nuwa is creating man on the sand where the sea meets the land. Man is a result of water and physical, or the sea and the land. So they're giving you this duat and this marriage in all ways. Even when we say microcosm, macrocosm, that's a duat itself. So you see Mama Nuwa, and when you say Nuwa, you're talking about new. Again, nut, night, new, N-E-W, which makes all things new. Remember, you have new moons. She's associated with the moon, which monitors the sun. So, remember that when you see this art, often the mother is creating man on the sand, and that's symbolic because the sand is where the sea meets the land. It's symbolic, people, all right? And remember that her cobra, she's a representative of the serpent goddess with her garment making her cobra crown. Now I'm going to move on to the second section, and we're going to deal with some more of Ketu and the hood, and the symbolism of Ketu and the hood. And also when we say words like I'm from the hood, it's because we from the stars, we from the arch. We are literally from the hood, meaning the arch nut, which is the hood or the Ketu, the dome. All right. Now here's another form of that Ketu energy. Remember I was telling you each serpent will be each horn or each wing forming Ketu's hood. You can see that in this Nagini here. It also forms the trident and the bee goddess. So let me blow that up before we move on. And you keep this in mind when you look at both of these serpents on the side of this Nagini. Keep in mind that this is the same thing as both of those serpents on the side of the serpent goddess creating her hood. Remember Nuwa with the cobra hood? It's the same concept you see here with this Nagini. Now the real question you need to ask yourself is why when we deal with beautiful ancient art, we always dealing with snakes and serpents, but when we come over here in this matrix, they tell us serpents are evil. We really need to take back ownership of this stuff because they lying to us. Now remember, we're dealing with Ketu and this hood, this cobra hood, and we say that we're from the hood because we're literally from the dome. We come from the stars. We come from that arch. So when we talk about Ketu and the hood and the serpent goddess, again, it goes back to this picture of the Aztec serpent goddess. Remember that Nagini that we was looking at, he had a serpent on each side creating his hood just like Nuwa. just like the wings of the bee goddess or the horns of the cow goddess, all the same. In this picture, you see the Aztec serpent goddess with a hood on her head. And again, this hood can be looked at as a serpent on each side, but it's just one thing creating a hood. Both of those serpents is wrapped around a pole, letting you know this same concept. So you see her with the hood on. Like I said, everything associated with this is darkness. It's got a bad stigma dealing with the way they want to keep us away from it today. So remember that the hood covers the face, and that when you can't see the face, people get scared because they think you're going to commit a dark act. You go in the store with a hood on, they think you're going to rob it. They did this Ketu ritual with Trayvon Martin. And if you want me to do a video breaking down the Trayvon Martin ritual and how it relates to Ketu and the whole hood, and remember that Trayvon Martin had a bag of Skittles for all the colors of the rainbow and the arch of the covenant of the rainbow. They really did a lot of cosmological science during the Trayvon Martin ritual. His father was a Mason. If you want me to do another live presentation on that to go deeper on how the Trayvon Martin situation was a Ketu ritual, give me a like, but give me a thumbs up. Give me a like. So if we can get over 100 likes, then I'll do that presentation. It's over 100 people watching. It's over 131 people watching. For my hard work, all I ask for you to do is just click the like button. It only takes 1 second, and it really helps the video. It really lets YouTube know that this is a relevant video with valuable content. So if the content is valuable, the way you let me know that is by hitting the thumbs up. That's how you pay me back for the hard work. So with 131 people watching, let me get over 100 likes. And remember that I will be doing that Trayvon Martin presentation just for you. Now, people, if you don't mind, let your brother take another 1 minute break. And we're going to pick back up on this Cobra hood, this Ketu hood, and show you more symbolism and more parallels and how this relate to our everyday living, and we're missing these symbols. So go ahead and hit that like button. Give me a flat power. Much love to all of you. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Hey, shout out to everybody. I will be right back with you. Give me just a second here to get the second part of the presentation prepared. Guys, just bear with me. I'm getting the second portion of this presentation put together. I got a couple of slides and folders. Give me a minute. And while you give me a minute, just enjoy this beat, another instrumental that I made. So this beat is produced by me, Brother Sanchez, on Fruity Loops. Just enjoy it real quick while I get my folders together for the second session where we're talking about Ketu and that hood. And we're going to show you where this hood pops up and why this is important. And we want to keep this in mind. All right, guys, I think I pretty much got all of my second part of the slides ready. I hope you enjoyed that awesome beat. It was produced by me, Brother Sanchez, in FL Studio. I do have future videos coming where I will be giving tutorials on how to make music. So if you're interested in making music, stay tuned. I will do tutorials. That's a good way to escape, a good way to be a side hustle. Sell you some beats, all right? So I will be showing you guys how to do that. Now let's get back to the second part of this thing, which is we're dealing with Ketu. We're dealing with the hood of the goddess. Now, if you look at the mother goddess here, of course we see the crescent moon above her head, but we also see her arms, her hands going above her head, forming a crest. If you look at this beautiful art, it's very deep, because when the mother goddess raises her arms in time above her head, she creates a little crest around her head that's symbolic of those crowns and those horns. We know that the horns and the crown with the tail are symbolic of the veil and the tail dealing with Ketu, but it also became other deities like the one you see here, Olakun. Instead of a tail, he have fish legs, and you can see the horns, which would be the cobra, the crown of the goddess, the Ketu's hood. You can see this goddess also holding the caduceus in the form of Kananga lizards. So this is when something matriarchal goes patriarchal. He will rule you out of fear, where the mother will rule you out of balance. So again, when you go back to the mother, you see these concepts with the veil over the head, the Nagini tail, the way the woman moves her waist is, see, when a woman start dancing and she go to moving her waist like a snake, it arouses you, because she's emitting energy from her body in the form of a snake. Remember, the energy, all things move in waves. When a woman start dancing, she's sending out waves in the form of her body moving, and that dance is making the man aroused or horny based on her using that horn magic. This is why all of the goddesses have the horns. The moving of the waist like a snake is sexy. We're dealing with the sign or sin, sine wave. And it goes back to this god Ketu dealing with that feminine energy. And it goes back here to the mother goddess having this crest above her head that she's making with her hands, because this is what's around the goddess's head. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. If you look at here, the goddess have a crest above her head. If you look at here, you can see that crest above the mother goddess in the night sky, but we really want to pay attention to the crest she's making with her hand, so I can show you how it ties into the same crest we see above the Nagini goddesses. How do we know this is a goddesses? Well, look at the breast. The breast shows femininity, fertility. The tail is always the dress that the woman wear. Again, queens wear the gown, kings wear the crown. So during the wedding, you see the woman with the veil and the tail, just like you see this Nagini deity here. Let me see if I can find more parallels. Remember the veil and the tail. She is Ketu being married. All right. So let's put a side-by-side comparison here. So women, you are Ketu. You are that Ketu energy, that Venus energy. They tell you that all the time with your products, that they relate you to Venus. So I want to leave this here for a minute to lock this in your mind. This is an awesome parallel. You can see this woman getting ready to be married, but instead of her having a veil covering her face, she have this garment around her head. Now this is a wedding from a woman in Dubai, and one ritual that they have, instead of having a long ass dress, they put a cape on. So you see this woman, her dress is short compared to most women's wedding dresses, but you see she have a cape on it. Superheroes put a cape on. Y'all, this stuff older than the superhero. The superhero is mimicking the mother goddess. So the cape that's on the back of the superhero is the tail of Ketu. All right. So in some nations, when the woman get married, they don't wear a long dress. They wear a cape. So think about it. The superhero is the one that saves the earth. Why? Because the hero restores balance to the city. Just like the mother goddess restores balance in creation and sustains the earth with perfection and balance. So you see in this picture here that the veil and the tail is present with this woman, but in another form, it's a cape and a headdress. The word dress is dragon. Anything that's an extension, all right, or a drape, okay? So, I hope y'all making this parallel. Some women wear long dresses. In some countries, they just wear a short dress and put a long cape on. Some women wear a veil covering their face. In some countries, they wear a head dress. So what she have on her head is called a head dress. In America, it would cover the whole face and it would be called a veil. All right? In America, the woman wear a dress on her body, not on her head, and that dress drags the ground to do what this woman's cape does. All right? So this thing can be represented in many ways, and I'm just trying to point them all out to keep this stuff locked in your brain, the parallels there. So remember, the veil and the tail is the hood and the dress, going back to our Aztec serpent goddess here with that hood on. All right? So we can see here the parallels. And we'll pull up a few more. As we move on, we'll pull up a couple of more. Here is again Ketu, the goddess Ketu, or the deity Ketu, with the veil and the tail. Okay. Remember that witches wear veils and tails, because Ketu is the one without a head but a body. Remember that the body is the bond, the foundation of everything else, is an extension of the body. So she plays a very vital part to creation. She's the creator and sustainer. She restored balance after the chaos of creation. So remember that she's represented as the hidden one, and you must unveil her to get to know her. Just like a man opens up a woman's leg to expose her yoni and get to know her a little bit, if you know what I mean. So yeah, witches wear long dresses and they wear elf hats or veils, like I showed you earlier, and it's all parallel or symbolic to Ketu, or the cosmic mother, the black hole vector, the black hole sun. Witches are just another deity. A witch is nothing but Ketu. All right? So you will also know that a wizard is one who is wise, and a wizard is just a male witch. A wizard wears a veil and a tail, and this is a patriarchal form of the mother. You can see that the wand of the witch always have stars. You ever notice why when you deal with magic, they have magic symbolized as stars? Because the one who worked magic, all the magic happens in the night sky. The magician is Nut. You notice that Nut has the stars in her body just like the wizard. For example, see if I can find it. You notice that Nut, in all of her art, you can see the stars in her body. She's the wizard, the wise one that creates magic based on the mystery of the stars and the luminaries. The luminaries above us holds the secret to everything there is, and that is within the mother, or the night sky, that darkness. Nut She holds the secret, just like the mama holds the secret of life within her, and the child has to ask the child got to look up at the mother and ask the mother, where did I come from? The child comes from out of the womb of the mother, but the child knows nothing until it grows old and gets some type of a consciousness where it's able to question. And remember, when the child is able to question, the first quest I own, because the question is nothing but the quest I'm on. The question is nothing but the quest I own. And when the child develops its conscious, first thing it does is start questioning the mother, just like the man questioning the creator about reality. So the child comes from the womb, and when it's able to quest I own and question the mother, the first question it asks the mother is, Mama, where did I come from? And the mama got to explain to the child that you come from me. Just like the night sky or science or creation explains to us over and over again when we doing experiments that we come from the source of all. All of your experiments lead you back to a dark place where you simply know you come from that night sky and the Most High, which holds the mystery to that. So this is deep stuff. So the wizard is nothing but another form of Nut holding the stars within himself, or the magic of the stars within himself, and doing magic, being able to cast spells, being able to control people based on manipulating the knowledge of those stars and hiding the knowledge of those stars and using it against the masses. And that is, the wizard is a patriarchal form of the witch. And the wizard would be Neil deGrasse Tyson, who used the stars to manipulate you. And it's a form of magic. Remember, all magic deals with as above, so below. The chief magicians, the key magicians, understand stuff about the stars. Remember that Brother Sanchez have a huge following based upon his knowledge of the stars. So in a sense, I'm a magician myself, doing magic on all of you. But the magic that I do is liberating you, because I'm teaching you how to do the trick. Remember that magicians tell you that they're not to reveal to no one how they do their tricks. Remember that all magicians are part of a society, and they swear a contract that they won't reveal these tricks, because the moment they do, then they won't be able to get paid by the public. So in history, there have been many famous magicians that was killed by the other magicians because they was giving away the secrets. So magic is damn real. What am I telling you? I'm one of those magicians that are more than likely gonna be at some point they're gonna try to come after me because I'm giving away the secrets to the tricks. I'm telling you how they rule the world and the magic that they're manipulating, and the sacred geometry and the etymology and all of the rhythm to the code. I'm giving it to you. I'm giving you the mystery of the stars, and with that mystery you can do magic. All you got to do is open up your mouth and proclaim the knowledge of the stars, and you will look around and see a crowd gathered around you. This is very deep stuff because it goes back to the hat. If you think of someone standing up with a crowd of people around them, it looked like the hat that he got on. It shows you how everything spread out to a climactic point. So if you got a crowd of people, and in the middle of that crowd, you got a stage where a guy is speaking to that crowd, that would be the Polaris for that whole situation. See, the crowd would be tuned in to that speaker from the center. That would be the Mount Meru, the peak. And each of them, their antennas would be receiving a signal or a sine wave, a sine wave from that speaker. Why am I pulling this up? Because it will look just like the elf hat. All the people would be the base of that peak, getting their message from the top of that dome or that speaker. This plays out in microcosm, macrocosm. Now, the moment you start talking about the stars that's above you on a macrocosm, you draw people around you on the microcosm. You become Polaris the moment you open up your mouth with these teachings that I'm teaching. You become the center of attention. Remember, when you say attention, the word tent is there dealing with a tent or a triangle structure which has been supported by a pole in the middle. Attention and 10 is Zen, the binary code. I go into that so much that I don't have time to go into it now. But when you start speaking about the macrocosm, you attract things to you in microcosm, just like I'm doing. And this is what frees you. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm not ready to go this deep yet. I'm kind of giving y'all a little game here. But the people who rule the world rule it because they proclaim the knowledge of the stars. I proclaim the knowledge of the stars, but I'm really giving it to you. Whereas they proclaim it and they give you the lie. So they are evil magicians. I'm a real magician that is a direct representative of the witches, of the mother, of the cobra. All right. So the etymology of Ketu is hood. And I'm giving you back the brotherhood and sisterhood. I'm giving you back priesthood. All right. Remember that everything exists up under this hood. So by you going up there, understanding the knowledge of the dome or the knowledge of the stars, you attract all things to you in this realm. So I'm giving you something that's very important. And if you don't mind, I would like to take another minute break. And I would like you guys to read over this etymology for a minute. Read over this stuff, because what this is the etymology of Ketu being hood. And remember, hood is Hades. That's the underworld, or basically the afterlife in Norse mythology. So read this right quick while I go and get me a drink of water. Read over that. Hey guys, I ain't going nowhere. If you haven't hit that like button, hit it and go ahead and share this. Thank you for the breaks. I really need them. So if you're looking at what we got here for the etymology of Ketu, which brought us the hood, and if you read over all this, you can see how it ties into everything that's being said. So hood, word forming element, meaning state or condition of being. So this is very deep. This is actual being itself. So when we say we are individuals and you're a human being and you got a bee goddess, and you say, for example, words like beautiful or this is how it be, we're talking about a state or condition. And when we talk about B.E., Common, the rapper Common got an album called B.E. And he's telling you what I'm telling you here. See, it goes back to I am what I am, or it is what it is. You're simply a being who are just being. You're existing in a state called, in a consciousness state, and if it's not dictated or influenced, it'll be a neutral state of complete bliss. That's what balance is. It's like the best warm bath water you ever felt, where it's just 50-50 perfect balance. You got it just right. Notice that that's the sweet spot for life. Life can't exist in a frozen area or in an extra cold state. Life can't exist in an extra hot state that's thermal. But life exists in the warm spot, the sweet spot, where it's neither too hot nor too cold. Germs even form in warm stuff like that. But the moment that shit catch on fire, everything just burn up. Or the moment it freeze, can't no microscopic life form like germs and stuff. So the warm, the sweet spot where they tell you in they fake heliocentric cosmology that Earth is in the sweet spot, when really the sweet spot is the G spot. So if the sweet spot is the G spot, what do you mean, Brother Sanchez? The sweet spot is the G spot. It's the center spot, the G spot. All right, the sweet spot mean the center, the middle spot, the neutral spot, the neutron at the middle of the cell. This is where everything happens. Like I've been telling y'all this whole thing, this whole video. So this definition pretty much gives you a definition of the primordial source. When you say priesthood, childhood, brotherhood, these are all things that exist within that hood, just like you exist within a hood called Nut or the Arc Dome or the firmament. All of us exist under a hood, and we go through these different hoods. We go through childhood, then we go through adulthood. You know, and while we're doing that, we going through different priesthoods and manhood and brotherhoods that we join, that we get initiated in. So hood is what encompasses it all. You from the hood, literally, meaning we're from the Arch Dome or the hood of Ketu. Everything we say has truth to it. So let's move on here with this. Remember that this is called a drag dress. And some men dress in drag because the dresses drag the ground, and they're called drag queens because they're representing the dragon. The veil and the tail creates the drag queen or the dragon, the one which drags its body, the snake, the serpent, which drags his body, okay, because he don't have a head. All Ketu have is the body. Ketu is the body, Rahu is the head. So Ketu drags the tail. Ketu is the drag queen. the dragon. So I'm just tying this stuff all together for you because the moon drags in the night sky and drags in her children, the stars, the sun, the moon. The night sky is the mother of all of those luminaries. And the moon brings them in. She's the head of the night. So this is very deep stuff when we talk about the dragon. The drag queen is all dealing with Ketu energy, mother goddess energy that's been desecrated again by men. In order for man to put himself on the creator's throne, he had to become a personification of Mother Nature. Remember that man made his God on earth by hiding the creator and telling you he is the creator. So you will see the men becoming drag queens. You will see the judges wearing the robes and the gowns because they showing you feminine energy controlled by a man. Remember, the queens wear the gown and the kings wear the crown. Women were the original judges in society. But everything is a man's world today. That's why it's out of balance. So let's move on and get some more pictures here to see the symbolism. Remember that the cobra is the hood, she's the serpent, and the snake. I went over this etymology with you. The reason I got this picture up is because you can see the coat of arms behind this cobra, and they're telling you the same thing Brother Sanchez been telling you, that the bee goddess is the coat of arms, the serpent goddess is the coat of arms. When you outline them, you get the coat of arms or the shield. Let me show you what I mean. Let me get my slides. Give me a second. Give me 1 second here, people, and we'll briefly talk about the coat of arms and why they have that symbol back there. All right, this is where I want to get. This is where I want to be. Let me see. All righty, guys, give me a minute here. I'm gonna do you a favor. All right, here we go. So remember the coat of arms. The coat of arms is the shield and sword. When we say sword, we're saying S word. Your words are your sword, and they cut sharp. From the center of the mouth, the serpent is the tongue. The tongue is the sword, or the S word. Don't nobody want to talk about the serpent or the S word. They tell you to put your finger in the center of your lips and say shh, because it's sworn secrecy. This is why all of this stuff I'm telling you is dealing with secret societies. And when you put your finger in the middle of your lips, your index finger becomes the serpent that splits the trunk. Your index finger, when you say shh, you putting your finger in the center of your lips as a symbolic ritual. Because anything dealing with secrecy or that dark area, that occult area, is dealing with the center section in secrecy. So when you put your index finger in the center and split your lips and make 50-50 ballots and you say shh, you telling the secret of the mother. Because another way you can learn everything I'm saying is without talking at all, simply shutting up and going within. Shh. That's the sound of the ocean, the sound of the sea. Shh. That's the sound of white noise. Shh. That's the sound of the secret. What secret? What I'm giving you. The secret of what the serpent spoke in the garden. What did the serpent say? The serpent didn't say nothing. That's the secret. The serpent said nothing. Remember, the serpent said nothing. Remember, the serpent said new thing. Nothing is new thing. The serpent spoke something new, y'all. The serpent is new. Who is new? Nuwa. I keep telling you the serpent goddess is Nuwa. I'm trying to teach and have fun and tie it all together to where it makes sense with you. I'm having fun. But that serpent goddess is the one no one want to speak of. She's the S word. Shut your mouth. Don't you mention that. What's the S word? The serpent. Nobody want to talk about the evil, ugly serpent. Don't you talk about her. Shh. Remember that the index finger splitting the center of the lips is the serpent splitting the trunk of the tree, creating Adam and Eve, the atom which brings evenness or balance, ball lengths. What is ball lengths? The Garden of Eden. It's the tree of life. It's the cosmos. What's at the center of that cosmos? The serpent. Well, who is the serpent at the center of this cosmos, Brother Sanchez? Well, her name was Nuwa in some cultures. The serpent goddess in the Aztec, she was the serpent around a tree of life in the Bible when she was cursed. And on this picture in front of you, she's the sword in the middle of the coat of arms. And each side of that sword, which makes the handle, is her scales. Don't you know if you forge a sword, you create a covenant, and that every sword come with a shield or a covenant, just like every tongue come with a pair of lips. I am giving you occult science of the Templars. This applies to battlefield and warfare. There's a code of ethics to everything. Now let me break down to you the sword being the serpent, because the sword is the S word. When you say sword, you're saying S word. And the S word is the serpent. The blade of the sword is what cuts like the serpent who spoke the damn truth in the balance. That cutting, remember what that cutting is. The serpent that cuts, the serpent that splices, the serpent that slices, this serpent that cuts. Who are you? Who is this serpent that cuts? Well, let me show you. Give me a minute and I'll show you this serpent, this S word, this sword that cuts. Well, here's that serpent that cuts, y'all. Remember? The serpent carries the sword. This goes back to the eclipse of that splicing. It's like a slicing, but it's a marriage. So I hope this makes sense to you. The S word is the serpent. The S word is the sword. The serpent holds the sword. The sword is the truth. The sword is the capital T, which is Ma'at. The sword is the cross. The sword is the yoni. What do you mean, Brother Sanchez, about the sword is the yoni? Well, let me show you. Here's the sword right here. All right, let's make a little sword. You know it as the cross. That's a sword, right? That's what we call a sword. If you want to put a blade on it, we can put a little blade on it. Let's go ahead and do that. Make ourselves a little sword to prove my point. Stay with me, y'all. This is Sacred Geometry, Occult Symbolism, Part 2. Thanks for tuning in. And now we're talking about the serpent, which is the S word, or the sword, because the sword is Ma'at, or the tree of life, and she cuts with the truth. She slices and she splices. So when you look at this sword, it's a T for truth. But it don't stop there. It gets deep, y'all. The blade is the serpent. The blade, the tongue is what cuts you. You see, I can cut you with words. Words cut sharp, and the serpent speaks those words. And the serpent is the blade of the sword, the summit or the tip, the peak. Remember, the Polaris, the peak, all right? And it's always at the center, or the S word. Think of the tree of life with the serpent wrapped around, and one of these would be Adam and one would be Eve. That's the handle. So the serpent is the S word, the one that spoke, and those words were sharp and cunning. According to the Bible, they wanted to take this knowledge. But those words create a point in your life where you realize the truth. There comes a point in your life. Let me say this again while you look at the stream. There comes a point, all right, a point in your life where you get to have the artist's view. And that point is the truth that the serpent spoke. So this sword is the capital T. This sword is a capital T for truth. This sword represents Ma'at. She'll cut your head off if you ain't balanced. If you ain't balanced, Ma'at will cut your head off if you show up to that scale and you put your heart on that scale and them scales tilt a little bit. That's what's going to happen to you. Right there. The mother telling you with this statue with Ketu, you will be beheaded. What does that mean? Perhaps reincarnation? I'll give y'all something to go research now. I'm going to stick to my subject. I ain't going to go into the afterlife, but I just threw you another level of research you can go to. So remember, all right, she cuts with the sword of truth. She is the serpent, or the S word, the center of the tree, which comes to a point. She brings you to that point in your life where you face to face with the source and you have to testify to the truth. So the S word is the sword. And when you swear, you are sworn into something based on the sword. Back in the day, the knights would take their sword and they would form a cross across you. They would take their sword and they would anoint you from shoulder to shoulder and go up and down from the head to the heart, forming that cross, that X, that sacred intersection, that point. Remember that point. That point. That point, okay? Right here, where X marks the spot. It's the point, the tip of the sword right here. It's the same point because X marks the spot. Remember, here's one. So you have one line here. You come down the middle with another line, but X marks the spot. So where these lines intersect is the event horizon. That's where the action takes place. That's where the sword stabs you and take your life away. That's where the energy is held and go up to a point or a summit like the tip of a pyramid with the four corners at its base, all sending that energy to the point. Just like this sword got the four corners in that handle. And if you swing it with balance, you'll cut your enemy's head clean off with one swipe. And that's what truth does. You don't have to pick up a physical sword. If your words cut deep, you will cut their head clean off. And that's what Brother Sanchez giving you. I'm giving you the truth that slices like a sword that will, hey, you will never lose a debate and you can't be argued with. That's why I got my shit set up like the court of law sometime. That's why people don't like me, because they can't win an argument against me. They don't understand that it ain't about winning the argument against me. It's just about accepting my truth, because my truth is your truth, is her truth. You can deny it all you want to, but like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, it don't make it not the truth. You got to get back in tune with Mother Nature, whether you like me or not. I'm just a messenger swinging this sword of truth in front of your face, revealing the serpent, taking the veil off the mother, which is the Nagini, the dragon, letting you know who she is so you can get back in tune with her and we can have a brotherhood, sisterhood. Remember that hood means Ketu. So the sword is the S word. Now, who can see these parallels? Who's got their third eye opening? Can you pick up on this sacred geometry? Okay? The sword is the S word, or the serpent, the one who swore. Because the one who swore made a promise. That was the covenant. That was the maker of the arch. Reality, life, earth, the cosmos is nothing but a big promise. It's a covenant. So physicality is only perceived. We're all spiritual, infinite energy. That's everything that exists is just existing again as a bunch of waves, sine waves that build up what we perceive as physical. But there was a contract made in the sound realm. There was a contract made with the collective consciousness. That's the covenant. That's what creates the arch of the dome. Now, what supports the tent is the North Pole from the center. Think of a pole at the center of the tent that supports the whole damn pyramid, the structure. So the Creator casted a net into the primordial ocean. The same way you throw a rock into a lake and it spread out and make ripples and make a 360 around it, but it also make a driplet right above that rock when it goes into the ocean. That would be the pole. That reveals where all of those ripples emanated from. So there was a contract made in what you call the spiritual realm or the sound realm. And that contract created what we call the arc dome, which men is still trying to figure out. I don't think we can figure out these boundaries. They're not boundaries. I think what we're calling the arch dome is made out of a watery form of thought. I think that if all of us stop thinking right now and thought cease to exist, the cosmos will cease to exist, starting from the dome first. All of our thoughts come from our dome or our head, but that's connected to the macrocosm dome, which is Nut or the night sky. Now, all of your thoughts come from darkness that's in your dome, just like all of the stars and thoughts of the creators emanating from the darkness of the night sky. And all of her thoughts can be seen as stars, the sun and moon. That's the actual thoughts of the creator who had to think about that stuff to create it. When you look at the sun and moon and the stars, you looking at the thoughts of the Most High, who said, I'm going to make something like this, and thunk it into existence and spoke it there, because it's all sound. It's vibration. So you look in the mirror at the thoughts of the creator and the designs and the fractal reality we live in. And it all goes back to this curve, this serpent energy, this abstract type way of thinking. That's when you're dealing with subconscious. So remember that the serpent is the S word, where the sword, when you're looking at the coat of arms and you're looking at the sword and shield, the sword would be the serpent on the tree. And of course, the rest is self-explanatory. I want to pull up some more pictures for you. Give you a better example here of when I tell you that it's called the coat of arms, because it's the goddess's arms which pitches the tent. She pitches the tent. She's that pole in the middle of the tent that's keeping that North Star up there, casting this tent. And the four corners being the outer perimeter or the ice ring that surrounds us. But she's the one casting that tent, Polaris, that all-seeing eye, representative of the North Pole, casting that tent. So when you outline her from a two-dimensional aspect, when we're dealing with sacred geometry, you get the Ankh. You get the Ankh, which is the Anchor. And you can see in a lot of Ankh art, they have a S in the middle of that Ankh. Remember, Superman got a S on his chest because we're talking about the serpent, the S word, the sword, the mother goddess, the sine wave, which is just a S. That was the original word spoken into existence. Remember, when you say the word sword, you're saying S word. And the S word is the sine wave. The first word spoken into existence was a sine wave. That's what silence sound like. So the first thing in existence was a serpent, or the capital S, because that's literally what a sine wave shaped like. That's what spoke the light into existence. That's Superman or Superwoman, I must say, because that darkness is feminine. The light is masculine. Light travels in a linear path, and it's masculine, linear. Females are the 0, males are the 1. Females are the womb, males are the phallus. Females are the absorber, males are the penetrator. That's why we got the penis. You have a penis because it penetrates, and a woman have a Venus. So the male have a penis and a woman have a Venus, or a vortex, a vagina. It absorbs. It's a vortex. So the male has the pole or the penis that penetrates the Venus. Male penis, woman Venus. All right, remember that. They taking this away from us to blur the roles today. And all of this is linked to our beautiful cosmology and all of Mother Nature's children getting back with balance. All right. So remember that the S is the serpent, the secret, the silence, the sine wave, the signal. All right. The sword, the serpent, the shield. All right. The essence of all there is. So you can see that the center of everything is the sine wave, or the S. When we deal with this coat of arms, it's called a coat of arms because the bee goddess's arms being stretched is what make it a coat of arms. Now, it's called an ankh because it's the top of the anchor. It's an ankh, or anchor is the ankh. Now remember, when you look at this X on this shield, it's because X marks the spot. If you look at the X that's on that shield on the top left and compare it to the center of the serpent goddess on the right of it, you can see where her hands, you can see there's a skull in the middle of her, symbolizing life or humanity. Today we call it death, but it's really symbolizing life. Where that skull is on the serpent goddess will be where X marks the spot on that shield to the left, and will be where the S is on the anchor, and will be where the bee goddess's arms is telling you she's balancing the scales. That would be Midgard, or the earth plane. All right, now let's move on. As you can see, it all ties together here. Adam and Eve and the tree of life is the coat of arms. Remember that every nation have a seal, what they call a great seal. Why is that important? Because I'm telling you that the sword is the covenant. Your sword is your word. When you pick up that gun, you making a covenant. And that's why you swear into the militaries and stuff. It's all cosmological science. But I can get deep into that part later. I want to state what I'm telling you here with the sacred geometry. All of this is related to making a promise. 10 is Zen. Remember that the original contract is a handshake. Me putting my 5 hands with your 5 hands creates a covenant, or Zen. All right? That's why you call it a tent. And a tent is a triangle shape, because 10 is the binary code dealing with sacred geometry. And it's a tent. Attention. Okay? And so understand what I'm telling you here. Understand that the covenant and the contract with the 2 people shaking hands is the serpents calling up. When I shake somebody's hand, it's serpents calling, creating Zen or 10, or in today's sense, when you do that, it will be a bond or a contract. So I got a collage that goes into that concept deeper, but I don't feel like looking for it. Basically, if you think of the A.G. Gaston Boys and Girls Club, the hands that come together, you see that they form a yoni. Let me find it for you. Give me a minute. Here. This forms a yoni or a hex when you outline it. This right here is sacred geometry that many of you never even thought to look at. Like I said, you make a covenant. When you put 2 hands together, they form the covenant. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Hold on. So here, perfect. So the point that I want to make with this is basically you're looking at, they call this the covenant. They say that this is a covenant, right? But what you're looking at is the yoni in the middle. Let me show you another example. Let me show you another example. Stay with me, people. Stay with me, stay with me, stay with me, and I'm going to blow you away. Give me 1 minute to find my Sumerian flat earth, Sumerian cosmos, flat earth. Please give me this thing I'm looking for so I can get back. Bear with me, y'all. Let me find this. Hey, thank you guys for your patient flat power. Flat motherfucking power. Ain't we getting us some good knowledge here today? I would like to think so. Give me a minute. Let me find this for y'all so we can get back to these awesome teachings. We ain't gonna let this stop us. If I gotta take a minute to find it, guess what? I'm gonna go ahead and do that because y'all deserve it. Y'all deserve it. Y'all deserve the whole shebang. Now let me, what am I looking for here? Boom. Boom. All right. All right. Okay. Then come on, my computer loading this stuff up. Got so much open. Here we go, guys. I'm back with you, and this is what I'm looking for. Remember I told you earlier, every country have a great seal. Well, if you look at this Sumerian cosmology to the right, you can see what they're giving us for Noah. What they're giving us for Noah's covenant is nothing but ancient cosmology. Guys, what I'm showing you is very, very important. All right? There is no ark of the covenant. There's an arch of the covenant, and her name is Nut. They got y'all looking. When they gave you them Indiana Jones movies, they was programming you. They got this dude running through the damn desert looking for some damn ark, and they fooling the whole world. It ain't no ark. You need to look above your head. That's the arch of the covenant. All right? Now it's all cosmology. They tell you that we live in the eye of God. Where if you look at this Sumerian cosmos to the right, where we live at what's called Terra, in the middle, shapes like an eye. And if you look at Noah ark to the left of that, you can see that when those two spears, like I was showing y'all this in another video. Let me do this again. I keep telling you at the center is where it all happened. That's where the serpent and the sword is. It's the Vesica Pisces. We all know that the number 8 is for, the number 8 is the symbol of infinity. And the number 8 is the symbol of infinity because it's the Vesica Pisces like I'm showing you now. It's the braid or the DNA. And it creates an eye in the middle. That's the all-seeing eye. This is when them two polarities marry each other, and you can see now because that eye is there. So I think it's strange that when we say 8, right? 8. 8 is 8. Yes, 8 is 8. Because when the eclipse happened, our ancestors said the sun and moon is getting 8 by the one who represents infinity, the dark mother. As you can see, Rahu is dark, Ketu is dark, and they always eating or slicing, eclipsing or marrying, reminding us of this infinite primordial source, this deity, this Nut energy. Now, when you say 8, remember it's 8 because when these worlds start to marry each other, it looks like some getting 8 because this dark object starts to marry itself with the sun and the moon, and it looks like it's eating. And at the end of an eclipse, you can say that the sun was just 8. So yeah, it's really deep stuff that I'm giving you here. You guys tie it all together. And so 8 is 8. Now what does this 8 shape like? I'll show you in a minute. It represents the mother goddess. Hold on. Let me do this. So you can see it look like something getting 8. You know? Something getting 8, okay? 8, 8, 8 is 8. All right? And it symbolizes the eclipse or the number 8. Now, the shape of the 8 is the hourglass. And the hourglass is the mother goddess. Let me show you what I mean. So just give me a second to pull this up. Hey, let me give a big old shout out to my brother Bill Nye, the Science guy. My brother just gave me triple threes. And that's a donation in the chat. Let me cut this back on. Shout out to my brother. Everybody give that brother a shout out. We appreciate the donations. It helps the show. It keeps the show going. It lets me do this full time. And we all know that's what the hell need to be happening. You can't lie and say it don't. You can't lie and say that what I'm showing you, you seeing everywhere. I'm the only one showing this, and I'm not trying to be cocky. Damn it, I'm feeling lonely and I just want help. I want people to learn this stuff and help me teach it without distorting it. Again, 8 is 8. 8 is the hourglass. 8 is 8, like I showed you in an eclipse. The sun and moon gets 8 by the divine mother. Now, let me give you another visual. Let's make a 8, okay? Let's make a 8. Here's your 8, the symbol of infinity. Now let's put that next to the mother goddess. All right, can we see that? All right, it's all the same. So why is the 8 the symbol of infinity? 8 is a symbol of infinity because 8 is the eclipse energy, the renewal energy. And 8 became the shape of the mother goddess. So I hope this all, I'm tying this in good enough for y'all that it makes a lot of sense where I don't have to be redundant in future videos. So remember that 8 is also the booty and 8 is also the breast. All right. So I'm giving you sacred geometry, and now I'm going to show you what I mean by 8 being the booty, 8 being the breast. All right. I like to teach with visuals. So 8 is the booty, 8 is the breast. Remember, 8 is the booty, 8 is the breast. All right. So I'm showing you the fertility meaning of it all, how it relates to the goddesses. You notice that the goddess is holding her breast. She's cupping her breast, symbolizing fertility. And that's your whole Milky Way concept, because we come here dependent on the milk. That's the way we are sustained by the mother. So in the womb, you're connected to the mother by the umbilical, and then you're sustained, you're getting your nutrients, you're being fed by the mother through the umbilical. When you're in the womb, you leave the womb, the umbilical cord is severed, and then you're connected to the woman by her breast, or this milk, the Milky Way, this water. All right, they got you on cow milk today, and they desecrating the feminine with the cow milk because the cows are a form of the goddess. They're sacred, and you're supposed to be on your mother's milk, but they get you off of that and give you the chemicals. The world's so backwards today, y'all, that it hurts me. You see in all of this art that the mother was grabbing onto her breast, just like you see here. They took this concept and turned it into the Milky Way. All right. You see in this art here, the 2 serpents of the serpent goddess, and you see her breast poking out, symbolizing the Milky Way, or for fertility. So you will often see in a lot of these early mother goddess depictions and carvings, like for example the Mayan mother goddess have a spiral, and sometimes that spiral is a snake, and that became the Milky Way galaxy in NASA's fake ass cosmos. They took all of this stuff and desecrated it. Look at it. Here go the spiral right here. This is a picture of the mother goddess raising her arms, and this became Omega Phi Psi Q dogs. This how they raise their arms, and they're turning their arms the other way to symbolize the opposite. They gotta be opposite in rebellion. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Let me show you the Q dog hand sign. It means Omega. Omega. Yeah, we know that Steve Harvey is a Q dog. All of these guys know this stuff. We know that T.I. is a Q dog, but he can't let you know he's a Q dog. We know that Jay-Z flashing the yoni around. That all these guys know about this stuff, because what they're giving you with these symbols is the horns of the goddess. But again, theirs are inverted. You can see what they doing when you look at Hathor's crown. Look at this crown that's on Hathor's head, and you can see why the Q dogs got their hands like that. Y'all, I'm giving y'all some deep stuff, man. I've been researching this stuff for the past like year and a half, and I think I got these symbolism down packed. And you know, be on the lookout for the book that I'm writing. So check it out. They doing it for a reason. Again, the symbol that we use for Omega is nothing but the cosmos, Nut and Geb. They tell you that the true creator is the Alpha and Omega. The Alpha is the arch. The Omega is the arch and plane. It's as simple as that, y'all. It's the beginning and the end. But remember, the end and the ending has the beginning inside of it. It's like the 0 and the 1. The 1 is a result of the 0. So the Alpha and Omega is the arch and the cosmos. Even though the arch is part of the cosmos, the arch being, think about it, the A is the first alphabet. The architecture is the one who create the building. And the root word of architecture is arch. Now the alphabet A is nothing but an arch or the cosmos. So the original architecture was the one who made the covenant, the creator of the firmament, this divine feminine that we're talking about, Nut. Now, the ending is also, it has the beginning in it. The beginning is sacred because it was the spark, it was the primordial source, the start. But the ending is sacred because the ending has the whole story. The beginning and ending is held in the ending. The beginning don't got the ending to it. You're yet to get to the ending when you're at the beginning. But the beginning is revered because it was first. And it gave birth to the ending. Everything in between is just the story. That's the book itself. So when you look at these guys throwing these symbols, it's all cosmology. And I'm just going to flash around so you can get a better understanding. And as I flash from this symbol, take a look at this symbol. And you can see why they're doing their hands that way when you look at this goddess's crown. It's dealing with the goddess. The goddess does this a lot. She does her hands in an omega gesture. You can see it right here. You see the goddess is throwing up omega. You see her crown on her head with the chromatic tree of life in the middle, with both of the crowns on the side of it, because that's omega. You can see the omega with the crown, like I said, with that this would be the tree of life or the cosmic egg on each side. Now sun and moon, negative, positive, and you can see her crown is what they giving you for this omega crap. Remember that the Q is the cosmos. Hold on. Here we go. So you see the Q dogs wear purple and gold for the bee goddess. All those dark colors, when you blend them with gold, symbolizes royalty and the bee goddess. Purple and gold, black and gold. Black and gold is the color of the bees. You do purple and gold to represent it as well. And they all mean royalty. So you can see his hands is representing the same thing that the mother's crown is representing in this picture. Again, it's all cosmology. It's all cosmology. So now as we move on, let me make some more revelations. I'll be right with you in a minute. I'm getting some more slides together. Flat motherfucking power. So what I'm doing now is pulling up some things for you guys to help you further understand when I say Omega. Why is the Omega called the Q dog? Because here's the symbol for Omega. And if you look at the symbol for Omega, hold on. Hold on. Give me a minute. Remember when you say Omega, it starts off as Om, dealing with the temple, dealing with this what we're in. So why are Omegas Q dogs? Let's take this for example. Now, this cosmos shaped like a Q. I meant to say, I'm sorry. I didn't get to the Q yet. We're still on an Omega sign. I'm sorry. So look, here's the sign for Omega. Here's a picture of the cosmos. Do I need to keep going in on this, or do y'all get my point? Here's a picture of the cosmos. Here's a picture of Omega. All right? The Alpha and Omega is the arch and the plane, or the primordial source and the cosmos, the creator and the creation. The Alpha and Omega is the artist and the canvas, the creator and the creation, the yin and the yang. Consciousness and the one who becomes conscious of the consciousness. When you look in the mirror, who's the observer? So think about it. When you look at this Omega symbol, it's also the keyhole. So you got to start training your mind how to see how Brother Sanchez telling you everything is everything. Because why? This is the top of the Ankh that you're looking at. Yes, you're looking at the top of the Ankh, which is the keyhole. You're looking at the Q, the cosmos. So, the top of the Ankh is the cosmos. The extension is the underworld of foundations. Everything is as above, so below. You can see that the top of the Ankh is the Omega. So the Ankh is the key of life, but it's also the tree of life, because the tree is the key. The tree is the T. A tree shapes like a T. A T shapes like a key. Remember, the goddess with her hands raised is the center. And when you look at the Ankh art here, you can see what we're saying. Remember that the top of that Ankh is the arch, the dome. That's Nut. And those arms spread, it is the son that she gives birth to. That's Gail. So it forms a yoni at the top for that divine feminine primordial source energy. So the Ankh key is the key. It's also the omega symbol, which is the key to life, the key to understanding reality. All lies in sacred symbolism. So this omega symbol is the cosmos, which shapes like a Q. All right. I meant to say which shapes like a, it does shapes like a Q from a top view, but I'm dealing with a two-dimensional view right now. So now we'll deal with the other aspect, which would be this one here. They're called a Q dog, and they're omega phi psi. I just showed you omega. Now let's deal with the Q, because Q is the beginning of question, the quest, and the actual symbol of the capital Q is an ancient symbol which means to quest toward the North Pole. So the circle is the Earth circle, and there's a line that sticks up from the center of that Q, which points to the North Pole. Let me just do this for a minute. Let me show you. Okay, guys, I think what I'll do is show you this so you can see what I'm talking about a little better. Alrighty, let me see here. You know what? I'm trying to find a good one to make this example with, but to keep time, the sake of time, we'll just use this one. Let's take this for example. Let's do this, right? Let's make another example. Show you how this relates to the cosmos. You can't escape the Q. It exists in words like Kemet or Aqua or even cosmos. The Q is the sea. All of these sounds like Kemet, it all goes back to this primordial source. But I don't want to get really off track. Let me do something real quick. Because we want to deal with the symbolism and show you how this ties in. How is it a Q? So when we saw the omega symbol, we saw the cosmos from a front view, a two-dimensional view, and it was the symbol of omega, the top of the Ankh key. Now we are looking at the cosmos from a top view. When you deal with sacred geometry, you're really looking at the top, bottom, the sides, and every angle of a thing. You got to look at all the angles of a thing to get the full message. You got to look at it from all of the views and all of the angles. Remember, when you look at it from all of the angles, you're looking at it from all of the angels. When you ignore the angels, you miss the message. Those are the messengers. So looking at the angles of everything will reveal different messages. Just like when you see me outlining certain things to reveal to you the sacred geometry of the dimensions of it. So just like we was just now looking at the cosmos from a front two-dimensional view, and we saw the omega, now you're going to see why where the Q comes into place, and why the Q is shaped like a Q, and why it's the symbol for quest. So the line that points to the center of the Q points to the center of the earth, where we have always longed to take that quest. Here's someone got a company called Dance, because that sine wave is a dance. Us asking these questions is just a big dance of some music that's been playing forever, of us trying to figure out what we already know. But just the act of figuring it out It's the dancing that we have always loved to do as humanity, but that's what creates existence. A Q dog, okay? Remembering that everything we looking at, what we're dealing with is cosmology. Let's keep that in mind, and hold on, let me get myself some room to deal with this stuff. So we're gonna get a little room where we can see all of these objects. Boom, I managed to make it work. Cool. So you can see the Q over here in this thing they call dance. It's because all of the luminaries dance around the Q. Okay, all of the luminaries dance around the Q. To show you what I'm talking about, let me get a brush out and start painting. The screen look a little crazy right now, just bear with me. Now let me come back here. So, this is a vertical pole. It goes clean through that circle. Now the screen gonna look a little different, a little funky. But here we go. So, let's do this. So what are we looking at? We're looking at phi. The Greek symbol for phi is also Q, or omega from 2 dimension. It's very deep stuff. I don't want to take y'all too far, but if you look at this picture in paint, you can see the sun and moon going around this vertical pole that splits our pi, or our earth circle. All right, this pole splits everything in the cosmos, vertical and horizontal. So when you look at the X, it just means an intersection where everything meets everything. The point of singularity, where all things pull their energy from this point. Just like if you got a pizza, everybody pulling a slice of that pizza from the center. So when you cutting that pizza, you got to cut it all the way to the center. Otherwise, when you try to pull your slice, it'll still be attached. So the center point of the pizza represent the spot where everyone is able to pull their slice from. Just like every human pulls their energy from the center of the earth or the North Pole. We're all a slice of the pie. And remember, pi is phi. Pi is pi dealing with 3.14, dealing with this whole, the formula of what I'm trying to tell you on a mathematical sense. So pi is phi. It's also a literal pie, like an apple pie. It shapes like a circle, and when you cut it, you actually dealing with cosmos, because you dealing with cosmology, man. Because if you got a pie, the first slice you're going to make on that pie is going to be a 50-50 slice where you half it, just like the yin yang. So the first thing you do is create balance. After that, you create all of these slices that pull themselves from the center. Now, when you create all of them slices, after you slice that first slice, creating a half of the pie, like you see here on my paint depiction, that's the way you first slice a pie. Then you do it again. Let me see. Let me show you. Hold up. Then you slice the pie again and you create 4 halves, which makes a bullseye or a target. But you don't stop there. You keep on slicing that pie and you get all of these slices, right? And after a while, it seems like the balance is lost, but the balance is there. Each of the pie slices may be a different size after you keep slicing it, but it's still balanced. Just like the pie slices will lose their concept of balance if they become conscious that they're slices. Just like humans can't see the balance that we're all part of one pie. We just see individual slices. But each slice is being pulled from the center. Just like everything in existence draws its energy from the North Pole, from the astral jet, from the center of the earth. and we're all drips of the primordial ocean. I'm sorry about that. So Q is to quest. And when you look at the alphabet Q, capital Q, it's a circle pointing you to the center, telling you where man set out on that first quest. So if you're looking at it all from the top view, it will look like this, which is a bullseye. The target, all right? The quest, whether you take this trip physically to the center of the earth or whether you take it spiritually to the center of yourself, you need to take this quest and go through this initiation. The center is the target. The bull's eye. Who is the bull? Hathor. And they showing you this on the dog, that you inside of the eye of the Most High. All right. And the pupil is where you need to get to, because behind that eyeball is the pineal gland, which is connected to the seat of the soul. So when we looking at this from a top view, you can see how this Sumerian cosmos make perfect sense. The center is the target. Now what I wanted to point out about all of this is that, let's go back to this covenant and compare this back to what I was saying about Ketu, where's the hood. The hood is the covenant. It's the arch of the covenant, not the ark of the covenant. So now that we got all of that out the way, I want y'all to stare at these pictures while I go and fill up my cup. Give me 2 minutes, if you will, and I'll be right back to finish this thing off. Flat power, flat motherfucking power. And we back on with our damn lesson. Y'all know we don't play no games. Give me a minute, guys. One more minute. We ain't going nowhere. We still got it coming. So listen, back to what I'm saying. We're in the eye of the Most High. And I just went and pointed out to you that that's the target. It's the pupil. The target is at the center, Mount Meru. That's the pole that casts the tent, that supports the tent from the center, or the zenta. Zen is 10. That's why you say dozen. Dos is 2, Zen is 10. You put them together, you get 12, or dozen. Remember that 10 is a triangle number. That's why we say tent. So when we deal with this cosmology in front of you again, it's the arch of the covenant, not the dumbass ark that they give you in them fairy tales. That crap is laughable if you think a man recreated the whole earth out of his damn boat. That's laughable. So let me get back to my knowledge, okay? What I want to point out here is this. Look to the right. You see the Sumerian cosmos. What is the name that they have for Nut? I want you to look at that. C-I-E-L is seal. And when you go in your house, you say you have a ceiling over your head. Why is that important? Because C-I-E-L is also S-E-A-L. The seal is the seal. That's what's the covenant. That's the rainbow reminding you of the promise. Remember, every country got a great seal because of what I'm telling you. That's a promise to the people. That's the covenant. That's the seal. The great seal. The original great seal was the firmament dome. All right? So when you look at this Sumerian cosmos to the right, and you see that they called it seal, C-I-E-L, and that's the root word of sealing, like the roof of your house, because that's the covenant. Think about it. When they build a house, they start at the bottom. Then they build the walls and the middle part. And the last thing they build is the ceiling or the roof, because that's what seals the house closed. And that's the covenant. That's what seals it shut. The last part of the house that's built is the ceiling, which seals it shut. That's the roof, the great seal. All right. And if that ain't built right, if your foundation ain't right, then that ceiling will come crashing down on you and kill you. All right. So that your promises will come crashing down on you if they ain't founded on truth. Think about it. The foundation of the house supports the zenith. Just as above, so below. We take care of the earth take care of us. If you got a stable foundation, you'll have a stable roof. If you ain't got a stable roof, it's going to fall on your stable foundation. So they need each other to create existence in the middle of the house. So the seal is the ceiling, the great seal, the archdome, the covenant above your head. The seal is the ceiling. The C-I-E-L is the S-E-A-L. And I think y'all pretty much get what I'm saying right there. I don't want to keep beating that horse, so I'm going to take that down. I think we pretty much got that. So let me get the rest of the presentation together, and I'll be right back. So what I'm going to do now is take away the thumbnail, and the next two images that you're going to look at is going to tie in the cosmology into the goddess, into Ketu's hood, the archdome. Remember, the serpent goddess is Cobra. The Cobra's hood is the Ketu, the hood. So now what I'm going to do is show you this, and it should all come together now. You see that the goddesses have her arms together, or she's cupping her breast, showing you that life exists in the center and is protected by the hood or the dome, the firmament. So when you look at Noah to the left, you can see all the life on the earth exists in the eyeball, in the middle, and we're protected by a covenant called a firmament dome, or Nut, the sky goddess. And remember, all of them colors in that rainbow just equals darkness. That's why Nut is bent over the sky goddess, and she's dark. She represents all of the colors of the rainbow. So whether you make it darkness or you make it a rainbow, it still means the same thing. And that's the arch of the covenant that protects us in the middle, Midgard, us earthlings. And the boat would be the bowl, the underworld, the great deep, which is an inversion of the dome. All right. So remember that the bowl is the bile, and the root word of bowl and bile, like when you having a bowel movement, is taking place at the bottom of the body, and it's coming out of your butt. You know, it's the exit, because it's the bowels. So the bowels of the earth is the bowl of the earth, and the root word of bowel, the root word of bowl is the root word of bowel, and the root word of bowl is bow, B-O-W. And you know, at the end of every show, the performer takes a bow to symbolize the ending, just like the bottom of our cosmos is a bowl. Let me get a picture of that and I'll show you. So you can get what I mean when I say the bottom of our cosmos is a bowl. When you see here, this is the tree of life. Hold up a minute. The tree of life. And it's at the top of that is the archdome. And the bottom is a bowl. So that's the reason we bow at the end of things, because there's a bow or a bowl at the end of the cosmos. You ever heard of something called a bow tie? A bow tie is called a bow tie because each of the bowls are on the end and the tie or the knot is in the middle. So when you look at this tree of life, you can see there's a bowl on the top and a bowl on the bottom, but they create a knot in the middle based on that bond, and that's where the energy is, and that's where the life is, that's where the earth is. And you can see the same thing with the Boys and Girls Club hands. You see, that's the arch of the covenant. The mother god is wearing the hood, showing you that arch at the top. But now, remember, hold up. It's a covenant. It's a covenant. It's the Merkaba. It's those two polarities that marry each other. Somebody named Michael said that is not the tree of life. Maybe they need to come up here and teach that shit then. Don't make a fool out of yourself in the chat section. I'm very humble, but trust me, you're not going to tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about here. Now let me get back to my subject. When you take two polarities and marry them, you always get a stable structure. For example, Earth. So this is one polarity, for example. Let's make another. Let's make a polarity of that, a polar opposite. But let's marry those polar opposites. What happens when we marry the polar opposites is we get a hexagon cube. You get a cube in the middle, right? Or a bow tie. So you will notice that when you marry those, you get your bow ties on the side. Now Masons wear bow ties to symbolize this sacred geometry. The bow tie is sacred because the bow tie is an hourglass. The knot represents where life takes place, or the dot. The knot is the dot. The knot is the dot. So when you look at the Masons with the bow tie on, they giving you cosmology. Just remember that each bow would be each hand, and the bond in the middle when they come together is that knot. Let me see if I can put it side by side. And if I can do that, get a better understanding of what I'm trying to show you here. Because our cosmos is a bow tie. And when you say bow tie, you saying covenant. That's a bond. You can see what I mean here. Think about what I showed you earlier. If I got a bowl right here and a bowl right here, and I tie them together, they'll give me an eye or a knot. an event that took place because of that marriage. No different than the bow tie surrounded by each knots. No different than what you looking at here with Noah, where both of them bows marry each other and create an eye in the middle. And they say the earth is the eye of the Most High. Now you see, when you look at the cosmos there, you're looking at a bow tie. The arch dome above and the arch bowl below. Remember, the bowl is the cup. And at the end of the tournament is the cup, or the World Cup. And at the end of the football season is the Super Bowl. We use this terminology because everything is as above, so below, dealing with cosmology. So the end of the season is the Super Bowl. And the end of the tennis season is the World Cup, dealing with this underworld bowl or the great deep, which is an inversion or polarity of the arch dome. When you put both of them together, you create a bond or a marriage or a covenant, which we see this same bond when we deal with the eclipse. If you look at the MasterCard symbol, you will see this same bond. And I was just pulling that up the other day with the MasterCard symbol. Just think in your head a MasterCard symbol and you know what I'm talking about. You can see how both of those bowls make an eye, and that's why the 8 again is infinity. But again, I think I'm doing a good job tying it in. In the middle of those polarities is where life takes place. So where Noah is on the boat is where the earth plane is on the world tree. It's a parallel. Where the arch covenant is on the left is where the rainbow is on Noah's arch, symbolizing the covenant. Y'all can let your mind do the rest of the work and tie that in. But basically, when you put both of those together and invert them, you get a contract, you get a bond, or what we call existence. And you can look at it in this symbolism here. When you put both of them together, you get 10 or Zen. You get the tent or the cosmos. And remember, when we shake hands, we make a contract. And when we shake hands, it's 5 plus 5 equaling out to be 10. All right. So when you look at this Boys and Girls Club hand, they giving you a yoni. I better show you this on paint so I don't confuse you. Because when I say they're giving you a yoni, I don't think you know what I mean. Let me outline it and show you what I mean. So when I say they're giving you a yoni, oh good, paint got a yoni. So this is a yoni. That's excellent. Paint actually got a yoni shape. So we know this is the yoni. This is a shape that's called a yoni in a lot of cultures. It became the Hex cube because they don't want you to know this. So the yoni is the cube as well. Like you can see here, that the yoni is just the cube, the Saturn shit that they trying to get you scared of, but it's also the covenant. It's the same thing. So let me outline this. Matter of fact, I don't gotta outline it. They got this thing here and I can rotate it and we can line it up perfectly and show you what I'm talking about. Y'all see how they playing with this sacred geometry? They just playing with this geometry. It's a contract, a covenant. So when we shake hands, remember 10 is Zen. 5 plus 5 come together. What's up, my dude? That's a contract. Now, when we break up friendships and they ain't fucking with you no more, we don't shake hands no more. We break the contract. So everything we do is ritual. When you become friends with somebody and you dap them up and you shake hands, y'all form a cube, a box, a covenant, a contract, going back to the cosmos. And when y'all break up and y'all ain't friends no more, you don't shake hands no more because you breaking the covenant. You saying I don't fuck with you no more. Don't give me no dap. 5 plus 5 ain't 10 no more. You feel me? So remember that when we dap each other, that's a contract. 10 is Zen. And that this Boys and Girls Club sign is an example of the Arch of the Covenant. For example, okay, let me get rid of some stuff so I don't confuse y'all. Let's just stick to this right here. And what we'll do now, we can move this and we can do some more comparisons, and you can see how it's all the same. Because you gotta, what you got is nut right here for that top arch, and then you got the underworld right here. You got a black hole sun that eclipses the sun and moon from the top, and you got a black hole in the middle of the earth. As above, so below. When we shake hands, it's as above, so below. And if you look at the cosmos to the left, you can see because of that, in the middle, life can take place. It's no different than what you see in the Kabbalah formation here. All right? It's a contract being made, because when you get to the second phase of the Kabbalah, you dealing with the yin yang. And remember, it's the second phase because 2 is do, 2 is dos, 2 is duat, 2 is dual, and it take 2 to tangle. So it take 2 to create 3. So it's again going back to the duality that makes the Trinity, or the two hands that come together and make the contract. So when you're dealing with the Kabbalah formation, the second phase is the dos. So when you talk about Dos Equis, the beer company is telling you 2 X's or give you a yoni. Hold on, let me do this where you can see it. Because Dos Equis, all right, dealing with 2, dos is 2, Equis, 2 X's. So when you get 2 X's, right, like Dos Equis is telling you, and you put them side by side, 2 X's, guess what you get? You see it. You get a diamond in the middle. You get a diamond in the middle. 2 X's give you the diamond, or the diva mound. The diamond is the diva mound, dia mound. Diva mound. The diva mound is the cosmos. It's basically another way of saying the goddess's cosmos is the diva's mound. And that became the diamond, or the yoni. So Dos Equis is nothing but the double X chromosome, the X chromosome, which is the diamond. And no matter how you double those S's, no matter how you Dos Equis, you will always get the diva mound, or the diamond. So example, if you Dos Equis to the left and right, you will get the diva's mound in the middle. There's her yoni right there. You can see her curves and shapes coming into place. You can turn this, y'all, this is sacred geometry. Here's a breast right here. All right. And then you can start drawing her thighs around there. You feel me? So if you put 2 X's together, you always gonna get a diva's mound, or a diamond. So when you see Jay-Z throwing up that dynasty symbol, he putting 2 X's together, forming a yoni in the middle. 5 plus 5 is 10. Remember that the women who we say is the prettiest women are the dime pieces. The dime is 10. The dime is the diamond. Dime is diamond, the diva. We say, girl, you a 10, you a diamond. You know what I'm saying? So 10 is Zen. And she's a diamond if she's a 10. And it take 10. 10 is a triangle number. You can't make a diamond without 10. What you mean, Brother Sanchez? Well, let me show you what I mean. You can't make a diamond without 10 units. But before I show you the diamond and the 10 units, let me finish what I was saying so I don't jump ahead of myself. If you dos equis to the left and right, you get a diamond. Or if you double up the S's, listen to the way the sound. I don't know that man's language, but I know dos equis just mean to double up them damn X's that you see on the bottom. I don't have to know his language, but when I look at the symbols and listen to the sound, that's what I'm trying to teach you. So when you double up these X's like Jay-Z be doing, you get the diamond in the middle. But what I wanted to show you was if you double up these X's left and right, you get it. But also if you stack them X's vertically, you get the same thing. You can't escape it. All right, to the left and right, you would get it, and to the right and left, you would get it. And if you keep on doing this, guess what you're doing? Guess what you're doing? You're building a honeycomb cell. You building the flower of life. You building space-time. You building the Masonic checkerboard. This is why the Masons step on the checkerboard. You building the grid now. The fabric of everything. And all you do is you keep marrying those polarities, making an X. And the more X's you make, the more diamonds you'll make. And what you're doing is weaving. This is the act of weaving life. This is how the mother weaves life into being. So you can see this how you get your checkerboard and all that stuff, but the Masons have the checkerboards. It's the weaving of the mother. Remember, women are the ones who knit stuff together and we do all the weaving. It's called braiding. And remember, the root word of braid is bra. And that'll take us back to the one who is the cobra. The cobra who wears the hood like the snake. So let me take this off. I think that pretty much gives us an example of that. And let me go back to the one who wears the hood, the cobra. So they showing you the same thing I'm showing you and all over the internet, but they complicating it, making it where they throwing you off. So I'm simplifying it, but if you look at this stuff like what they got here from Dr. George Merkel, he's showing you the hyperbionic machine. Remember, bionic or the binary code is just the marriage of those polarities that creates this damn machine. So what he gonna do is throw you off. Most of these big time doctors and scientists, they take the sacred geometry and they throw you off. I'm trying to simplify it and give the people back the knowledge. So now let's go back to the one who wear the hood, Ketu, because that's the mother goddess. Here she is. All right. And we're going to bring this thing home and I'm going to wrap it up. And you got to see how I'm going to do it. Just so dope for you, yo. How I bring it all home for you. So we got our etymology of Ketu, which was hood. And you see the one who wears the hood is the serpent goddess or the devil with the horns. The horns is the hood. She's the one who weaves together the cosmos like a basket. And when you look at anything that's a weaving or a basket, it's nothing but a bunch of X's making a bunch of diamonds. Let me see if I can show you that, because all it is DNA. This is what it is. You got a bunch of X's that makes a bunch of diamonds, just like I was showing you on paint just a minute ago, why the Masons got the checkerboard. Because we on a grid, an endless grid, and everything in reality is woven together by this divine feminine energy, this great basket maker, this great knitter. Remember, when a woman is knitting, it's called knit. When you weaving something together, they call that knitting. And remember, Nit is the name of night, or Nut, because the darkness is what woven together everything we see is emanating from that darkness in the background. Knit, or night. She's the basket weaver. She's the one who knit the blanket of life, the fabric of life, this blanket. There's someone who wove it together by knitting or knighting. So night, knit. And that's what you get here. When women knit something, they weave it together and they basically form the flower of life. And this is how creation was created, by a feminine intelligence that woven together this great basket of ours that we call the cosmos. And this basket weaver wears the hood, or the covenant, letting us know that this creation is stable. And that hood was representative of the witches and Ketu, in which I want to go ahead now at this time and close out by giving you some more visuals on the one who wear the hood or the horns. Has been the monster today, the witch, the devil is the diva. Now, when you see pictures like this, they make you scared. They want to turn the female into this ugly ass, good for nothing creature who's weak, who got us kicked out of the garden because she was a dummy and disobedient. And man, they have desecrated the woman in mythology, in history. We beating them down in the streets in the Middle East. When I tell you that the feminine has been desecrated so much, I mean it has. And they give you this kind of stuff right here to keep you away from this darkness. But I embrace the darkness. When I see pictures like this, it make me just, it fills me with joy. And they call me a Satanist, y'all. They call me a Satanist because pictures like the one in front of you makes me happy. But it makes them scared because they don't know what they looking at. So that's the one with the horns who they made into this ugly witch. The horns is the hood. She is the dark one, the hidden one, who wear the horns. And remember when I told you that in the beginning, when you put your hand over your mouth, it's a sound of silence. It's a sound of hush, be quiet, because this is secret knowledge I'm giving you. That's why secret societies are the ones who hide this stuff. Y'all know that I'm telling you the truth because we got spammers in our chat room. We got government paid spammers coming in our chat room when they're using bots to distract us from the knowledge. And I've just been ignoring them. Stand to this knowledge. So you can see the goddess with the hands over her mouth in the middle of the lips, because that index finger is the serpent splitting the trunk of the tree, telling the secret, which is silence. The serpent is the S word. The sword is the serpent, the S word. So go back and rewind when I told you earlier why we lick our tongue out, because the tongue is the serpent. And today they say that's a sign of disrespect. You hold up your middle finger as a sign of disrespect because everything dealing with the middle has been cursed today, because they don't want us to be centered. They want us to be in fear of the one that emanates from the center, the dark energy, the cosmic mother, the black hole, Ma'at, balance in the scales. Again, the one who wear the horns or the hood over her head, as you see in this picture. And here she is right here. She's the basket weaver, the great knitter, or the great nighter, nut. is the one who knit, and knit is the name of a goddess. So she wear the horns, and she's the sacred bull as well, as you can see in these pictures here. She became the golden calf, the one with those horns or those hooks. All right, it's the hood. It's the hood. It's the horns. It's the veil. Like you can see here, this is moon goddess art. And you can see this moon goddess have her hands raised, and she have a veil over her head, because that's Ketu, night energy. The magician has the knowledge of the stars, because the magician is in tune with the knowledge of the mother, who brings in her tale of stars, the night sky. She is the dragon, and that wedding dress is her tail, or her children, which are the stars that she bring in. And when you close your eyes and go back to that darkness, every idea is a star or a new star being born. And you are the great mother when you close your eyes and become the creator of your own reality. Be artists, brothers and sisters. Create, because it is in your art where you will free yourself. Okay? So remember that when you close your eyes, you accessing that canvas. And every idea that is being birthed from that darkness, every idea that's being birthed from that darkness is another star being born, or a light switch coming on, another let there be light. So the Big Bang exists in your own mind, and the darkness behind your eyelids is the cosmos from which all of your creations and inventions should come forth to free you, And again, Ketu is the dragon, the wife, the woman who drags in the night sky, being the moon. I don't want to beat the dead horse too much. I think I'm going to stop right here, because for one video, 4 hours is kind of enough. So let me just make sure I'm reaching a good stopping point. And yeah, let me shut this. I've done a good job today. I'm happy with the way things turned out. Also, I think you get my point. Let me say to you all, I want to appreciate you for tuning in to this presentation. And if you learn anything from it, then give me the thumbs up and share this. Like I said, giving me the thumbs up really helps the video. So make sure you thumbs this thing up. And also, to the person email me about the chat spammers, I will be responding to you on that email, so that we can get rid of these chat room trolls, because there's a source account. There's some kind of bot they're using. So we're going to get into that. We're going to clean up the chat area, because these people are psychopaths, government agents, some kind of people who really don't have a life, because what I'm doing here is valuable to the people who it's valuable to. And if it's not valuable to you, then why would you spend hours of your time? I mean, if I don't like basketball, I wouldn't go to every basketball game harassing the people who watching the game or the people who playing it. At that point, you're a fucking psychopath. So whoever you are, we will be dealing with you, because over here in this Flat Power community, we do have a lot of computer whizzes and computer geniuses who've already emailed me telling me how to get rid of this chat room spammer. And to that person, I will be emailing you so we can handle this. And to everybody that tuned in to today's presentation, let me say peace and much love to you. Flat Power, share this and try to understand what I'm teaching you here. Until next time, peace and much love. And P.S. I almost forgot. I will be continuing this series, so stay tuned for part 3. And I'm going to be going deeper and deeper into this symbolism and sacred geometry. So don't worry, we're just scratching the surface. Again, peace and much love. I love all of you. Flat power.